Pilots, what's the scariest stuff you've seen while flying? My dad told me a story from a few years ago that happened while flying a 737 somewhere in Nevada, I think on the way back to Toronto. It was later in the evening, so you couldn't see too much, but all of a sudden to the left of the plane my dad saw a really bright ball of light, I guess you could say, moving really fast across the sky. My dad and his co-pilot had no clue what it was, and they could hear other pilots nearby calling it in over the radio and asking what it was. Eventually it flew past and disappeared into the distance. A few days later my dad found out that what he saw was a missile launched by a USN submarine. I wonder how many passengers thought they saw UFO LOL. I wonder how many passengers thought they saw UFO LOL. Well, if they couldn't identify the object but saw it was flying, then they would be right. A skydiver about 20 yards off my wing was flying a 172 into an uncontrolled field that I've flown into 100 times before, not knowing that after a 5-year ban in skydiving there, they were allowing it on a case-by-case request. While flying in, calling my position, I hear skydiver in the air. My first thought was I hope they aren't this direction, and then there he was. I had this image of him going through my prop. After that thought, oh god please don't let me kill this guy. Then I turned to WTF just happened, and how did the pilot not call this out better? He flew off completely. Come to find out the pilot was flying his friend to skydive to his local field, then departed to his home airport where they came from. I never did find the guy. Weird. I just posted this from the other side of the coin. Not the same incident though, unless you were the one flying over Flagler Airport in Florida back then. It had been an active drop zone for years though, so I'm sure you were somewhere else. Smoke in the cockpit when I landed. Thankfully it was when I landed. Had to push the airplane. Small Cessna, off the runway. Almost had 2 mid-air collisions. One due to a new pilot not being where he should be. Another due to control telling me an aircraft was at me 11 o'clock when really it was at me 2 o'clock. And the coolest was a meteor that burned up directly in front of me. Same altitude, straight ahead. I have no idea how far away it was, but it was bright and so pretty. Went through a spectrum of colors as it burned. Not a pilot, but my dad is a former one. He once told me about how he almost crashed his Cessna because he hit some geese. He was actually preparing for a landing approach when he hit geese flying in a patch of fog. Windshield was completely shattered and he and his passenger were covered in blood and feathers. They landed safely, but my dad was pretty scarred from that. He didn't quit flying because of that, but bird strikes remained a constant fear of his. Geese are large birds and they did significant damage to that little plane. Considering what they can do to larger planes, see the incident in 2009 that involved landing in the Hudson. I shudder to think what they could do to a smaller craft. Not a pilot, but I was in the bathroom when the pilot came over the radio with a quick announcement that we were about to have turbulence and to buckle up. Everyone sat down, including the stewardesses, and buckled up. Everyone but me, who was in the process of taking a massive crap. The kind of crap you don't want to have during turbulence. Now I've been in turbulence. It's rough. This was something else. I somehow, by all that was mighty, finished my crap and completed the post-crap paperwork dubbed and flushed. Didn't wanna chance it. When the turbulence hit, to say I hit everything is an understatement. I bounced off the ceiling, hit the floor, back up, face to the toilet. It was heck, and I just kept my face covered and I protected my head as best I could. After a bit of luck, I managed to get myself wedged under the toilet and I stayed there till the bumpy ride ended. I left the bathroom to some laughter and a lot of concern. See, for them in their seats it was fine, until they heard screaming in the bathroom and loud crashing noises followed by dread silence. They all thought I died. Haha. I was on one flight where they announced anyone with hot drinks, please pour them out on the floor. Everyone else, cover your beverages with your hand. My sibling asked our great uncle this once. He was a commercial pilot for 30 years. Hey Uncle Mike, what's the weirdest thing you saw while flying a plane? God, he went to take a nap right after that. Dang. He literally refused to elaborate any further. Hug. Navy carrier pilot here. My story is more about what I couldn't see. I joined a squadron on deployment near Guam for a couple months one time. It had been about 6 months since I had landed on a carrier, so I had to do a few day and night passes to get current again. My first night with them, the plan was for me to get 2 traps. We would come down as the first plane in the recovery, launch a game, and come back in as the last plane in the recovery. Nothing crazy, we do it all the time to keep both pilots current. The only thing different is I would fly both passes. This night was overcast, so no moonlight made it though to the surface of the ocean, making it very dark when you descend through the clouds. It's also the middle of the ocean. It is so dark that you can't tell where the water ends and the sky starts. Not that it mattered though, because we were still in the clouds down at 1,200 feet. As we are coming down first in the conga line of aircraft on 2-minute intervals, we hear paddles. The pilots on the back of the ship who help guide you down say 99. The deck is moving. This means that the flight deck is pitching, rolling, and or heaving with the ship's motion more than it usually does. This happens occasionally, and it's always a bit sketchy, but that's what paddles is there for. Anyway, as we are flying our needles down toward the ship, we pass 400 featuring at about 1 mile and we're still in the clouds in the dark. We get to the normal handoff point between the approach controller and paddles at 3/4 mile. Approach says show you on and on. 3/4 mile, call the ball. This is the point where we would look outside and confirm that we see the lights on the ship that guide you in on the correct glide slope. In carrier aviation, if you can't see the ball or you don't know where you are on glide slope for some reason, you say Clara, meaning clarify my position. At least that's what I always assumed it stood for. And paddles will step in on the radio and give you some help. Well, in this case, we can't even see the ship, so we respond with Clara ship. Paddles comes back with 601. Taxi light on. That means they can't see us either and they need us to turn the taxi light on so they know where we are. We turn the taxi light on, and paddles says paddles contact and continues to talk us down towards the deck. We're probably passing the 150 featuring here. Eventually, we finally break out and about 3-5 seconds later, we hit the deck and come to a stop. It was raining so hard we could barely see the taxi director on the deck. They taxi us to the bow catapults and we shoot off into the darkness to do it again, lol. Luckily, the weather cleared a bit and the deck steadied a bit for the second pass. That still remains the craziest thing I have done in an airplane. TLDR. Night, INC below mins. Pitching deck carrier landing on my night Rayquel flight. Frankly, I don't know how you do this. Take off land on carriers in all weather. I think some people must be wired for this kind of work. To me, it's terrifying to even watch it. Great description, though. Easy to follow and imagine. Stay safe out there. Flying a Cessna 172 with my instructor out toward Blythe on the way to San Diego hangar when a sandstorm blew up underneath us. I swear the sand was so close it was causing the landing gear tires to spin. This was on a 3-leg check flight. We had landed at Big Bear, California for fuel and a hot low pressure system moved in pretty quick. It was moving and as we were getting there, like really hot 120 degrees or so and the air was already really thin. A kid in his solo was taking off and he got her up off the end of the runway and he just fell out of the sky and crashed. Air was too thin because of the heat and he ran out of runway because he couldn't get up to speed and just pulled up instead of listening to tower and aborting. Crashed and died. I had a near miss with a twin engine that was flying at the wrong altitude in the opposite direction. Imagine oncoming traffic 1 lane over. It was that close. Now imagine at a speed difference of about 300 knots. The sucker hadn't said a word on the radio, so I had no idea he was even in the area until he was behind me. Navy helicopter pilot here. I've got 2 that would be a tie. 1. Hearing a once per revolution thumping coming from the rotor head. Then on approach to land the torque gauges went dead, indicating a double engine failure. Luckily the engines were still running, unlike the gauges. 2. Hearing the rotor RPM suddenly decrease for no known reason. Followed up by a master warning indicating an engine failure. Engine restarted itself a moment later and it was all good. Still crap myself though. Also teaching people to land on ships at night is just generally terrifying. Helicopters are only held up by magic and hope and no one can convince me otherwise. I'm not a pilot but I took a few lessons years ago just for the experience. We were practicing landings and as we lined up with the runway we started our final. As we're going down the instructor notices a shadow on the ground slightly to our right. It was another plane going to land on our runway and was above us. We had radioed our intentions earlier but don't know if he did. The instructor took over and peeled off. The guy didn't land, just kept going. We circled and came in. Apparently no one saw a dang thing. Flight simulator army. Not a pilot, but AF combat systems officer. We were on a military training route. Pretty much what it sounds like. Airspace that is supposed to be cleared out so military jets can practice maneuvers without worrying too much about civilian aircraft. We're at 300 feet AGL cruising along at 420 knots when our TCAS, collision alert system using onboard radar, starts blaring at us. We all look around and don't see anything around us, when suddenly some jackbutt in a little prop plane, who wasn't squawking, pulls into a climb about 50 feet off our nose. Pilot brakes hard to the right and we narrowly avoided a mid-air collision. That probably gave them a good shake and hopefully scared them out of ever doing that again. My airfield where I did my pilot training had a waterway at the approach end of the runway, and oftentimes there were sailboats heading out to sea as you were coming into land. Usually came in a little high, since the runway was plenty long enough. One day, not long after I had completed my first solo, I was doing my run-up, waiting for one of the regular pilots to land his low-winged sport airplane. He obviously didn't see the mast of the sailboat crossing, and he hit it. The plane cartwheeled down the runway and broke into pieces. I took my plane back to the tie downs to clear the area, and then went to help him out of the plane before it caught on fire, which it didn't amazingly enough. The pilot broke both of his hands at the wrists, and fractured a whole bunch of stuff. Unfortunately, he was a surgeon. Not sure if he was able to work again. Needless to say, I was always very careful on approach after that. Unfortunately, he was a surgeon. Not sure if he was able to work again. My sister is a surgeon, and she carries an incredible amount of insurance in case she breaks her hands in such a way that she has to stop working. I think it is some number of millions of dollars. A helicopter about 30-40 feet off my wing. I landed at an uncontrolled field, and as I was making my radio calls coming in, I heard a helicopter also coming in to land and refuel. I didn't need to refuel, so once I landed and did the checklist I turned around and went back to the end of the runway. The end I was taking off happened to be the opposite end of where the fuel farm was. I waited for a couple of other planes to land, including a beautiful red biplane. Made all the radio calls like you're supposed to, taxied out onto the runway and took off. As I was going over the far end of the runway, near the fuel farm, suddenly my iPad screamed at me warning traffic 9 o'clock 100 feet below. I was like WTAF and hauled the yoke over to the right, whereupon I see a helicopter shoot up past my left wing. Way closer than you should ever be to another aircraft. Dumbass finished refueling and then just took off without making any radio calls, or listening to anyone else's radio calls. Apparently, many choice words were said over the radio by me. The guy lined up to take off after me goes so yeah, that was fun. I always keep a side eye on helicopters after that little bit of excitement. I was landing a Cessna 172 and this massive blue heron appeared out of nowhere and just barely missed hitting my windshield. I don't think I've ever been more scared. In Bright, Victoria, Australia there was a magpie which hung out in the paraglider landing zone. Everybody got attacked but it was always at the point where you have to focus so you just ignore the bird and keep flying. Not a pilot, but my daddy's. That said, we were flying out of Las Vegas and upon takeoff we nearly collided with another aircraft. This other guy never radioed into tower, never mentioned anything about landing. Just off in his own little world as if he owned the fricking air. He was in a twin engine Beech. We were in a single prop Cessna. We were literally within 200 feet of each other, enough that we could see one another, and could probably smell the crap we were crapping out, except their pilot, because that guy was so freaking clueless he probably didn't even know there was a runway there. I wouldn't be surprised if he was trying to land on the actual Las Vegas Strip. Not a pilot, but this happened on a commercial flight and we were never told what actually happened. The cabin started becoming visibly smoky and smelled strongly of smoke. I was in the window seat and the wall window became hot to the touch. The scariest part was that the flight attendants were clearly panicking. They were running up and down the aisles frantically feeling all of the overhead bins for something on fire. They asked us repeatedly to check our devices to make sure nothing was overheating. People were having panic attacks and I started wondering what it would feel like to die, how it would happen. The pilot announced that we were close enough to the airport that we were going to continue about 15-20 minutes and have an emergency landing. When we landed, the runway was lined with fire trucks, ambulances and rescue vehicles. They didn't let us off of the plane for quite some time. Ultimately, firefighters boarded and ushered us off. They never told us what happened. I had to fly back, same airline. 2 days later, while checking my bags, the employee said, "OMG, you were on that flight. That was bad." He gave us a $15 in-flight credit and told us to call the airline for more compensation. Never did, but I still wonder what happened. Yeah, that's bad. There are multiple cases of in-flight fires, and they tend to not end well. It's a good thing whatever was overheating didn't fully combust. Not quite as exciting as the others, but I nearly had a bird strike with what I believed to be an eagle while flying a very small DA-40 and on final. It's wild how something that appears to be so small can be massive and in your face in the matter of a second. Thunderstorms on either side when I was in a Cessna 152, a bit smaller than a C-172. They developed pretty quickly and we thought we'd have to turn back, but there was a big enough opening to fly through. The windshield got nice and clean too. Another one was seeing the engine start shaking when a part of the oil system blew. I thought it would die on me and I would have to land in some farmland or on a small road. Fortunately we ended up being stuck with one power setting, which was also pretty bad, and could fly it back to the airport. Oh, one more. Flying out of Palomar Airport and the old codgery World War II pilot that was teaching me to fly says it's time to do touch and goes for an hour. So we land. I'm feeling good cause I can land a plane. I get in the pattern. Tell tower this is Cessna XXX and the pattern for touch and goes and they are talking me around. Slow day so getting a lot of practice so there was hardly any sweat. An emergency forced them to continue me on the downwind leg and wait for instructions. Only no instructions come for about 10 minutes. I'm out of the pattern now and can see the old drag strip so know where I am. Called in and tower was kinda mad. Probably at themselves, turned me around and got me landed and told me that was enough touch and goes for the day. Instructor was eating lunch in the airport eatery and was a little worried too. A black dot right in front of me that was not moving. At the time I was working on my commercial license in a 172 on about an 8-mile final. I was checking my instruments while on approach and when I looked up I saw a black dot that didn't show any relative movement and in a split second I realized that I'm going to hit it so I pushed the yoke forward as fast as I could. About 1-2 seconds later a bird went right above me. Final approach flying a Cessna 172 and pulled power back a little to maintain glide slope. The engine started to cut out completely and the prop started to move a little too slowly for my liking at that moment. Recovered with power and landed normally but had to have it looked into. To borrow my late uncle's story he confided to me, he had a 182 on floats, and on several occasions was happy to play family airlines so that various relatives could make weddings and other events that were just too far for driving and overnighting. One trip was from home base, Vancouver to Kamloops in the interior. He flew VFR and it was a pretty simple task to head out up the Fraser Valley until it pinched off at the town of Hope. At that point there is a notch in the wall of mountains through which the Coquihalla, both river and Highway 5, goes. From there, following HWY 5 northeast brings you straight into Kamloops, their destination that day, probably a 200-mile flight. The morning flight up went fine. The 3 passengers went to their event, and come afternoon's end, they headed back in what was supposed to be clear skies. Flying the reverse route, clouds began to form quickly on the forested sides of the valley, and soon rolled over the small plain. He was fairly confident of his heading, and stuck to it as the sky whited out. It was all he could do in a day without sat-nav equipment. If he was off by only a few degrees, they'd fly right into a mountainside. His passengers seemed to take no notice, engaged as they were in recounting the day's events. Trying to climb above the cloud was just as dangerous. Small single-engine Cessnas are not pressurized, and even if it tops at, say, 6,000 feet, the last thing he wanted was to pop out on top of what might be a white surface as far as the eye could see. If he could drop down once past Hope, there was a good chance of flying under the soup back to Vancouver. It was, he said, the only time he was really scared in his airplane. The miles ticked away, they should be nearing Hope. He never saw it. Suddenly the clouds scattered and before him spread the valley under a high ceiling. He'd threaded the needle and been right not to chance climbing. They landed at the South Airport, and no one even commented about the can of paint they'd flown through. Didn't make me want to be a pilot. Not a pilot but a skydiver. We called to clear the airspace over the airport for a jump and then made our jump run. I was in free fall when I saw small land below me and then it rapidly grew larger. I quickly realized a student pilot out of a nearby flight school didn't know enough to clear the airspace and I flew past his wing at terminal velocity. Just a small difference and I would have ripped right through that little Cessna. I landed without incident but I'm certain the pilot never even knew how close he came to death that day. There's a story up a bit about just about the same thing. The who-would from the pilot's pop. Not a pilot but my dad is. Private pilot. He's got a Cessna 172. One time we were flying into this tiny airport, owned and run by this one guy. We were flying in pattern, waiting to land because there was a plane taking off. The plane didn't make it. I remember my dad describing the air being thin. It took off, started to climb and then suddenly dropped like a rock. They crashed. The pilot, a man, died on the scene. His wife at least made it to the hospital. We didn't find out what happened after that. They were an older couple, and the parents of the owner of the airport. They had been visiting him. He was the one working comms when it happened. I vividly remember the way the plane dropped, and the smoke fire in the fire truck's ambulance. The wait to land, watching the smoke rise and the awful broken up communication. Fox on the middle of the runway laying on its back and sunbathing, while I'm headed straight towards it on takeoff. Fox is okay, was still sunbathing and chilling. I saw a blimp from front on at the same altitude as me and had no idea what it was and freaked out over what that giant floating metallic sphere could be for a few minutes before realizing it was a blimp. It's kind of weird to think that there are only 25 blimps in active service around the world, and half of them being advertisement blimps. I would love to have traveled on one of the giant airships of the 30IS, just not on the last Hindenburg flight. On my first solo cross country, so my third time ever alone in an airplane, and cross country flights refer just to a flight from one airport to another, not like all the way across the country. The conditions were pretty good when I took off, and at the surface they were good, but a little higher up the forecasted thunderstorms started developing a little earlier than forecasted. The whole way out there it was good, some cumulus clouds for sure, and plenty of thermals given how turbulent it was, but none of that is very notable for an August afternoon. By the time I had landed, taxied back, departed, and started on my way home they had definitely started to at least get pretty tall. I ended up flying under what was most likely a developing thunderstorm on my third solo. It was well clear in terms of cloud clearance and it wasn't more developed than some big grey clouds, but there wasn't really a good way around it since there was quite a lot of development in the area and going around would have resulted in a fairly significant deviation from my flight plan, which obviously made me nervous on my first solo flight navigating. Everything worked out obviously, and I'm nearly to my private pilot's license now. But that was some added stress to an already stressful flight. Also came within probably 30 feet of one bald eagle, and 50 of another soaring together at 3,500 feet. On one hand it is pretty awesome to see such a cool creature way up there doing its thing. On the other, a huge bird like that versus my little Piper Warrior wouldn't have ended well for anyone involved. Funny enough, that was actually on one of my preparation flights for my solo XC, so I guess that was just an exciting route. I'm glad I don't have any really exciting stories yet though. Given how little flying time I have, I would be really unlucky if I did, lol. My father was a commercial pilot for over 35 years and has been flying for over 45. He has all kinds of wild stories which range from searching for debris after the Challenger disaster to the mayhem he endured as a pilot during the 9/11 attacks and even towing banners at the Jersey Shore. But the craziest story I've asked him to retell a million times took place off the coast of NSW in Australia in the late 1970s. His plane and crew were in a traffic pattern and were delayed landing because there was quite literally an unidentified flying object on the radar that the tower was tracking. For a while they just circled around in this pattern waiting for other planes to land before they could enter the landing pattern, and lo and behold, the crew eventually got a direction of where this thing was, and when they looked out their windows they could see a cigar-shaped craft moving very slowly at about their same altitude. Upon seeing this, all of the crew and passengers who could see it audibly gasped, and my dad says that was the most disturbing part. Anyway, eventually it went off scope and they got the all clear to land and nothing more came of it, but it was always my favorite story as a kid to hear from my pops. Not a pilot, but I've personally witnessed an oh crap moment. I was up at a rather nice kids camp one summer installing some access control, locks, card swipes, cameras, etc. It was situated on a rather large lake. There was also a fire nearby. One day I hear a bomber coming in for a refill. I should also note that this lake has zip lines going across it, well marked ones that a pilot should be able to see from the air. The pilot saw it when it was almost too late. I've never seen a bird that large climb that fast. Was on an L1011 flying back to Atlanta. We circled Atlanta forever it seemed. Then the co-pilot walks down my aisle, opens a hatch in the floor beside me and starts cranking the crap out of a handle. He looked up at me and said, "The landing gear wouldn't go down." I said, "Good to know." I've been pretty lucky in my short piloting career, only around 60 hours as of right now, and I'm still in training. The scariest thing I've seen is a bald eagle about 8 featuring from my left wingtip. It was only 8 featuring from the wingtip because me and my instructor dove and rolled the plane as soon as possible. Those large birds are a serious hazard to small aircraft. I was in a Cessna 172S. Be careful of your animal pilots. I was a passenger in a helicopter that was attacked by a bald eagle. All of a sudden we were sideways in the air with the pilot swearing his face off at the bird. Straightened out and finished the trip. Apparently it happens a lot at that base. Sandspit in Haida-Gwaii. My brother is learning how to fly and I've gone up with him once to do touch and goes. The thing I remember is them talking about where to crash land if we lose power. Something I didn't really prepare myself for, but I guess it's an airplane so we gotta do something. People who work for airlines, what are secrets passengers don't know? When flying overseas there are generally no systems tracking the movement of your aircraft for several thousand miles, that is how they go missing. People fake needing a wheelchair to gain boarding priority. 10 wheelchairs get on and only one person needs it getting off. We call them miracle flights. If you checked your dog there's about a 30% chance it's terrified before it even gets on the plane. Who knows how scared it gets during the actual flight. Backroom agents will usually try to comfort a scared animal, but all we can really do is talk to it, so if you write your pet's name on their carrier it usually helps a lot. I've never seen a cat who was scared in the back room. Cats don't give a frig. That there's a huge list of things that can be missing from the aircraft while still being allowed to fly. True, it's called a minimum equipment list. Now, counterintuitively, it's a list of what can be broken on the aircraft while it still remains airworthy. It should be noted that the operational limits of the aircraft are altered to respond to broken parts. For instance, if certain lights are broken, the aircraft is restricted to daytime use. You know how all the other armrests can be raised except for the one next to the aisle? Turns out that one can be raised as well via a small button in a divot on the underside of the armrest. Useful if you want to spread out a bit more, though some flight attendants may tell you to put it back in place. If you check a skateboard by just slapping a sticker on it, it will get ridden or used as a dolly. Might check my skateboard just to entertain the baggage dudes. Paramedic here. If you switch on your alarm lights on the ambulance while being on the inner field of the airport, because, well you just get there sometimes, they will totally shut down all incoming and outgoing flights until they know exactly what's going on. My buddy learned this the hard way. Needless to say people got mad at him. I'm an outstation mechanic for multiple airlines. I cover all flights at a major US city airport, by myself. Where to start? If your flight has a maintenance delay and there is no on-station mechanics for that carrier I get called. If it's a quick fix, I fix it. If not we check to see if it can be deferred to get fixed later. Either way, most of your delay is spent waiting on me to do all the paperwork to clear the aircraft or for me to finish the other 7 calls I'm out on to get to your plane. There is also constant pressure on both me and the pilots to clear fly aircraft that have some fairly significant problems. I have airlines try to get me to sell some pretty sketchy stuff to the pilots to get them to fly and avoid a costly delay. I have no problems telling a pilot to call his controller's dispatchers and tell them to frick off if I'm not comfortable with whatever concoction of deferral action I was asked to perform. Don't get me wrong, the airlines would never willingly fly an unsafe aircraft. But if there is, say, an engine vibration that is just right at a sea hair under the limit, they will fly it. If the oil is super low but servicing it will cause a delay, service it at the next stop. If the pilot encounters something at altitude that I can't duplicate on the ground, sign it off and see if it happens again. Those are the ones I usually push back on depending what it is. Also, if you have to get out of your seat so a mechanic can fix something, don't be about it. I get harassed all the time by passengers even though my sole purpose is to get them in the air. Besides, I tell gate agents all the time not to load packs until I get out there, but they never listen, so go be at them. Not a secret, just common sense. The reason some bags miss their flight or get misrouted is because passengers don't remove old tags. It confuses handlers as well as the conveyor belt scanners. I see it happen all the time. I used to work for a warehouse that supplied a certain airline with items. The headsets that are given to you are not new. Despite being wrapped up, they are taken off the flight, cleaned, and then packaged again. Flight attendants have a list of who is who and what seat they are in, as well as what level of frequent flyer they happen to be, or if they are employees or family and friends tickets. This is why you will see them being rude to someone or bending over backwards for jerks. Flights are routinely overbooked because there's an estimate per route of what percentage of people tend to miss the flight. So if you don't have a seat assignment, you might not get on, which is why they ask for volunteers. If you are a frequent flyer and know the busy times and flights, you could volunteer all day from every flight going to a hub and make $1,000 in credit. Invest in quality luggage. You are the only one that handles your bag with care. Your bag is going to take a beating in the system. Employees and their families get ID tickets. It is for industry discount, which means they only pay taxes and fees and nothing for the actual ticket. The airlines basically lets them fly for free, and not just with their own airline, but with every airline in any alliance. The tickets are standby tickets, so you're not guaranteed to get on board, but you get a seat more often than not. The family members can travel on these tickets without the employee. My dad worked for an airline in Star Alliance, so I used to get free tickets with airlines in One World and SkyTeam as well as Star Alliance. I usually traveled in business class, all around the world. A return trip between Europe and Japan was something like $200 in business class, and maybe $50 in economy. I don't get any perks anymore, as it was only valid until I turned 25. Sometimes your pilot can be on food stamps because they only make $19K. Baggage handlers see hundreds of bags a day. No bag is treated special, unless it is obvious. Even then, depending on the person, sometimes they're not, which is rare. Bags are not intentionally harmed. They are, however, intentionally thrown, slid, jostled, stacked under hundreds of pounds of other bags, and exposed to the elements because that is the nature of the job. You can safely assume that your bag is touched and handled by at least 7-8 people per flight segment. If you are connecting, at least 10 different people, not including tsar. Sometimes, the vehicle that fills the potable water for washing hands and making coffee is parked next to the vehicle that is used to dump the shitters and fill the blue juice for the lamps. They're not supposed to. Sometimes, they're parked at a distance from each other, which is policy, yet the guy who is filling the water is using gloves that he hasn't changed in over 2 years. The most power you could probably wield is Twitter. The employee in front of you has so little power to actually remedy tough situations. Baggage handlers are usually short-staffed, as well. Customer service agents are usually limited in their options. Also, it would help us get a message to higher-ups because our work is not being supported as it should be. Heck, I'd even recommend asking an employee about the problem and say something like, if I were to take my complaint to Twitter, how could I phrase it in a way that would help you too? You get more customer protections buying directly from the airline. All those third-party travel sites are owned by the same company, and you lose a lot of the rights afforded to you in the airline's contract of carriage. If you're nice to people, they'll be nice back to you. When the drink card is coming through, you can ask for a full can of pop instead of the tiny little cup filled with mostly ice. Not particularly a secret, but one time I was upgraded to business class on a plane that was delayed for maintenance. Just settling into my middle row aisle seat up at the movie screen bulkhead when a hatch in the floor of the cabin right at my feet flipped open and the maintenance engineer climbed up. He had a clipboard of paperwork for the pilot to sign, then climbed back into his hole, tipping his hat to the passengers before closing the hatch over his head. If you look for it, you can see a recessed pull ring in the cabin floor in front of the first row seats behind cockpit. I work revenue management for an airline. On average, the cheapest time to buy a ticket is Tuesday afternoon. The cheapest time to fly is Tuesday, Wednesday, or Saturday. This applies to US flights in my experience. Aerospace fastener production here. Nobody there asks what is actually holding the plane together. Don't worry about it. The coffee is absolutely disgusting because no one washes the container that goes out every morning. The station agents who get paid way too little don't give a crap about cleaning it. I certainly didn't when I worked for AA. Also, because we weren't given the proper supplies to clean it, we pretty much just rinsed it out and dumped coffee into it. Be nice to the ticket agent and they will pretty much always let you get away with overweight bags. If you were funny, I'd even not charge you for bags. My partner worked for Delta for about 4 years as one of the guys who loads and unloads your luggage and waves wands. Nothing is safe in those bags. They pop open all the time and your crap just gets haphazardly shoved back in. They get tossed around like volleyballs. So is a lie. A lot of decisions about boarding or switching flights are at employees' discretion. Worked on military aircraft, but it's something I've noticed pretty universal about jet engines in general. You have your auxiliary engine that runs while the aircraft is parked, providing power, hydraulics, AC, etc. while you're at the terminal. When getting ready to depart, you turn on your main engines. It takes a lot of power to get them started. As such, most of the auxiliary power goes to starting the engines. This is the point where usually you may see the lights flicker, and you will hear the whine of the main engine start up. The environmental control unit, or whatever they want to call it, stops cycling air during this start sequence. Without fail, if you watch for it, numerous hands will stick up and check or adjust the air conditioning vents as this happens. The air will kick back on when the engines are up and running. As shown in some movies like Executive Decision and Passenger 57, there is a secret hatch on every plane that allows people to travel freely throughout the aircraft. Also, Wade Boggs once drank 50 beers on a cross-country flight and then absolutely destroyed the Seattle Mariners the next day. Worked at multiple airports as a consultant, and this is common at almost all I've worked at. Mechanics love to take their coffee breaks right behind the security checkpoint. This is where you will see women in a rush with their outermost garments off and bending over to put their shoes back on. The jackpots are passengers that didn't know a sweater or hoodie they are wearing had to come off until they are told to remove it by the tsar, so they have very little underneath. I wasn't part of this, so don't downvote me, just telling the tales of the trade. Not an airport. I worked at a theme park in Florida. There was a water ride where ladies would often get their blouses splashed with water. There was a bridge over a part of the ride where you could look straight down as the riders went by. It was a very popular place for male employees to stop and look over the rail of the bridge for a few minutes. Pilots, flight crews of Reddit. What went wrong on your flight that the passengers never knew about? I'm a bush pilot in Canada. I was working the right seat of a turbo otter, my first ever flight in one, so I was still getting used to the setup. We were taking off from a short strip in the middle of nowhere with 6 drillers in the back and a bunch of gear. Captain started the engine as I was just finishing up the passenger briefing. He started rolling down the runway as I was just getting seated. I thought he was just positioning the plane to prepare for takeoff, but then he gave it full throttle. I didn't even have my seatbelt or headset on yet. I'm focusing on getting this stuff on when I realize something isn't right. Getting closer to the end of the strip, Captain starts to panic as we aren't getting airborne. His hands were shaking like mad and he kept reaching for things, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. I think he was too busy looking at the trees and creek right ahead of us. I realized the problem. He was in such a rush to leave that he didn't do a pre-takeoff check. propeller was still in full course, feathered on shutdown. It should have been full fine for takeoff. I yelled, gestured to him the problem and immediately pushed the prop forward. Engine had a huge surge and we just barely cleared the trees at the end of the strip. He acted like nothing happened for the rest of the flight. We didn't even speak a single word to each other. I suspect none of the passengers even realized what had happened and how close we were to being another statistic. When we got back to the airport, I told him I was leaving, packed my bags and never looked back. Great example of why checklists and procedure are always so important no matter how good someone thinks they are. Girlfriend is a flight attendant, so I asked her for a few stories. 1. Upon landing, one of the tires blew out. It pretty much just resulted in a bigger jolt than usual, and although a few passengers commented on it, the crew just played it off as a more or less regular landing. Girlfriend, what are you gonna do? Tell everybody a tire just blew and get them all panicked? 2. At least once a week, there's an armed, plainclothes federal air marshal riding on the plane, usually in first class. They're there as a security measure, in case the cockpit is breached or something. Even if people are aware that air marshals are a thing, usually portrayed in Hollywood as escorting a criminal, they don't realize the frequency with which the marshals ride along on planes. 3. A guy on the plane was from a connecting flight from a Eurasian airline, with a boarding pass under some other woman's name. The woman happened to be on the flight as well, so he obviously didn't belong. The guy could have stayed if he had just gone through TSA again, but he refused to go through the process and was very strongly insistent on talking to the captain directly. Big red flag right there. No idea what the real story was. She believes that it was a foiled terrorism attempt, but the crew treated it as a simple duplicate boarding pass problem. Again, the problem was dealt with and you don't want to unnecessarily worry the passengers. 4. A lot of people try to join the Mile High Club. Like, a lot. I wasn't the crew on either, but my service had 2 pretty severe bird strikes within several weeks of each other. One was a hawk of some kind and the second was a duck. The duck strike happened with a patient loaded, evidently just as the pilot was flipping his NVGs up. The duck came through the windscreen and went to smithereens along with all the plexiglass. I helped clean up the back of the helicopter later, and it looked like a duck had swallowed a duck of lit dynamite. The strike also happened at the exact moment the med crew had pushed a medication that relaxes all the muscles in the patient's body including breathing muscles, and in spite of the chaos they continued their procedure and successfully controlled the patient's airway. The pilot also continued the flight in spite of being covered in duck blood, guts, feathers, as well as his own blood from his broken nose. The crew, and the other bird strike crew, received commendations for their calm composure under the circumstances. It's pretty mind-boggling the damage a several pound bird can inflict. It looked like a duck had swallowed a duck of lit dynamite. I don't care if this was a typo. This is what I'm choosing to believe took place. Not a pilot, but one of my buddies is. We were talking about one of the more remote airports that we both visited, located in a difficult place that has a lot of wind shear, so passengers are used to having the plane make a couple of attempts when landing. Anyway, my friend said the sensors for the landing gear malfunctioned, so he couldn't tell whether the wheels were down or if they'd gotten stuck. He flew low, made an announcement to the cabin that they needed to circle the runway because of the wind, and made a call to the control tower asking for someone to make a visual confirmation that the landing gear was fully deployed. My dad had a wasp in the cockpit with him once. He said his first thought when he noticed it right after taking off was, oh, so this is how I die. I used to do contract maintenance work on aircraft, and once a bunch of us were returning from a job in Germany. The plane was a scheduled flight on a small, 50-seat or so, turboprop aircraft, and it was a bumpy flight. I am fairly well traveled, and working on aircraft made me more confident than most of flying. But the turbulence started to get so bad that I was getting nervous. Nobody except the flight crew were allowed to unfasten their seat belts, and even they were being thrown about as they tried to move around. It was by far the worst flight I have been on. So anyway, just as things were getting to the peak of shittiness, one of the stewardesses made her way to one of my colleagues sitting across the aisle, and said, in a hushed tone, "Excuse me sir, is it true that you guys are aircraft engineers? We have a slight problem out the back, and thought you might be able to help." I honestly thought we were going to die, that the bumpiness was not down to turbulence, but some flight system had gone AWOL. I didn't know what the frick any of us would be able to do on unfamiliar equipment with no documentation, no spares and no tools, but sure enough my colleague went off with the stewardess and disappeared through the door out of the cabin. 10 minutes late he was back, and of course we were keen to know what the problem was and if he was able to do anything about it. The problem turned out to be a ratchet strap on one of the cupboard doors in the galley was jammed so they couldn't get the snacks out. The flight continued to be horrible, and the snacks were predictably crap. As a child, my family and I spent a few days in the Bahamas, and as we were at the outdoor airport single runway we discovered that we were flying an 8-seater single prop plane back to Florida. The first time taxiing down the runway, the pilots discovered something was wrong with the engine, so they pulled off to the side and made us sit next to the plane as they attempted to fix the engine. After being told that the plane was functioning again, we boarded and began to taxi down the runway again. I was watching the pilot and company pilot do their thing when I noticed the airspeed indicator drop to 0 as we were about to lift off. At this point we were running out of runway and I watched as the co-pilot jabbed the non-working gauge with his palm and the gauge began to work again. The pilots then looked at each other, back at us, then back at each other before laughing. Honestly, a not totally uncommon problem. Sometimes those gauges just get stuck, and a smack can unstuck them. Percussive maintenance sometimes really does work. Dad's a pilot, so I get to hear all of these. Good one that comes to mind. Mind you, he flies 737s for a major airline. Getting ready to take off at night, he sees a plane about to land on the taxiway he's waiting on. He immediately just starts turning on every exterior light on the plane. Other plane pulled out of final descent at like 500 feet. Cockroach in the cockpit. Red eye from LAX. One of us was strapped in while the other one hunted for the little sucker. We once brought a pigeon from Newark to Dayton. The little scavenger was hiding in the back eating pretzel crumbs. Just started walking down the aisle about 30 minutes into the flight. He stayed chill and I only had a handful of passengers, so we just let it happen. Shoot him off in Dayton. His family probably misses him. I was flying a Piper Navajo that seats 8 passengers out of a small airport. We were making all of our required radio calls. But because this was a small uncontrolled airport, some people in small airplanes will operate without radios or just don't care enough to broadcast their position. Anyway, we were doing our due diligence, but not long after takeoff and while leaving the traffic pattern, my FO says crap and takes control from me and make a relatively aggressive, for passengers at least, turn to the right. As he does this I see a Cessna out my left window no more than 150 featuring below us. We essentially climbed through the altitude he was cruising at and turned to avoid him. Only one passenger noticed when we got to the destination and he told us it was a good move. Good times. It was a flight from Kansas to Oregon, and as we were mid-flight, a Hawk fricking dive-bombed the wing and dented it. The pilot announced the subtle thud as minor turbulence, but the crew knew what had happened. No one knew how the heck the Hawk was flying so high. It was a smaller plane, so we only had 1.5 dozen people, not counting us crew members. The dent didn't actually mess with flight too much, but it's a heck of a story to tell. I fly on a Beechcraft 1900, C&D models, varies flight to flight, quite frequently. It's a similar size to what you described in fact. Every once in a while I'll see a bird shoot past my window at insane heights. But yeah, a Hawk saying frick this plane in particular is one heck of a story. Not me but my father. Years ago when Dad was flying the 767 for Air Canada, they were coming out of London Heathrow back to Canada in the winter time and some snow had started to fall. Heathrow 10 years ago was notorious for letting a dusting of snow hamper operations. Dad and crew expedited boarding and pre-flight as much as they could and pulled the brakes and pushed back early to get ahead in the queue for takeoff. But they couldn't get a taxi clearance right away as a number of aircraft ahead of them had opted to wait for the heaviest of the snow to pass prior to taking off, and the controllers wouldn't move them out of the way. Dad basically begged them to move them ahead somehow, as he had been around the block a time or two and knew what was coming. But to avail, ground had them park the airplane and they sat loaded at the gate for 4 hours before all flights out were cancelled. Over 4 inches of snow. The airport's inability to deal with the snow and backlog of traffic meant that Air Canada couldn't get a plane out for 3 more days, by which time they had brought extra aircraft over from Montreal to try to relieve some of the buildup. So in this story, what the passengers didn't know is that if they were maybe 10 minutes faster boarding the plane, they wouldn't have gotten stuck in London for an extra 3 days. I was giving my sister and a friend a tour of the Chicago skyline over Lake Michigan. We are all having a good time. Suddenly, the engine goes quiet, a nightmare especially because I only have one of them. The silence was noticeable and my sister looks at me and starts to panic. The engine comes back within about 3 seconds alive and well, and I head for the nearest airport in a small propeller plane. It is hard to hide the silence of the engine, but since it came back, I acted like nothing happened. I don't think they realize how critical of a situation it almost was. Contrary to popular belief, the propeller's primary function is to keep the pilot cool, because you should see him sweat when it stops. I was asked this question by a passenger while I was experiencing a problem with the rudder brake pedals in the plane I was flying. He basically asked what was the most urgent situation I had encountered while in flight. Little did he know that it was happening in real time at that moment. I had called the tower of my destination airport to report my position and request landing. As I'm going through my checklist, I positioned my feet on the rudder pedals to have authority over the toe brakes to slow the aircraft after landing. As I moved my foot on the right pedal, it sort of flopped forward. What does this mean? A couple potential problems, especially while on approach for landing. With the pedal flopped forward, it meant the top of the pedal would be pushed into the firewall and severely limit right rudder control. Not having bilateral brake control greatly increases the likelihood of a ground loop, or spinning out of control and flipping the plane over or off the runway. I narrated the problem to my passenger as I acted out the physical inspection to try to solve the problem. I reached down with my hand and flipped the pedal back up so that it was at least in the right position. Apparently the linkage for the right brake had become disconnected. I knew that if I put the plane on the numbers, I had almost 5,000 feet to roll out and clear the runway for the next aircraft. I made an uneventful landing and just rolled with light left brake and some counter steering to keep the plane under control while it naturally slowed. The controller asked me to expedite clearing the runway and I replied that I would, but I still rolled until I could just steer naturally off the runway. The passenger had no idea that I was encountering my first significant mechanical failure. I was just over 100 hours of flight time and working at a flight school as a dispatcher and front office person on Sundays. My passenger was someone that one of our clients had dropped off at another airport and was unable to pick him up. I told the guy I'd come get him after my shift if he'd cover half the rate of the plane of my choice. I was extremely familiar with the aircraft I chose, but a cotter key failed and allowed the brake linkage to disconnect. Everyone lived. As a kid, 8-9, I flew in a small plane with my Air Force dad and his friend. We lived in Minot, ND. Big base there, and were flying sometime in winter. Later I learned we had such a long joy flight that day because the landing gear froze up, and we were flying around trying to get them to come down. As we were almost out of fuel, they were planning to crash land on the frozen river, when in the nick of time the landing gear unfroze and deployed. I had no idea though. It was beautiful flying above a winter wonderland. My brother was first stationed there. That place is a whole lot of nothing filled with a whole bunch of snow for a lot of the year. Pilots, what is your least favorite airport? LaGuardia, hands down. Just a complete pain from 18,000 feet until you're at the gate. Unfortunately, it doesn't stop there. The airport is packed. The food sucks and it's insanely expensive. There's people everywhere. It's sold. Leaving. After 4 MD-88s you're cleared to push to spot 29 where you'll call ground 7 times unanswered and then be number 37 for takeoff after convoluted taxi instructions that include several 2-letter taxiways and multiple hold short instructions. Also, don't forget to call clearance with your PDZ code and get stepped on multiple times. At least when you leave you have checking in with Washington Center to look forward to. It's almost amusing how much everyone loathes that airport. Nobody wants to be there. Passengers, pilots, employees. Jigalong in outback Western Australia. Too many rocks. Georgetown Airport, known as E36 on most pilot maps, located in Northern California. This is why I dislike it so much. 1. It's on a mountain. 2. One end of the runway ends on a cliff. 3. The other end's 10 featuring from some trees. 4. The runway has an incline. 5. The runway is narrow. bumpy, and a bit short. 6. It's in the middle of nowhere, and almost completely deserted if you frick up. It's not the worst airport in the world, but it's not great either. Charleston WVA. The end is on a mountain, so you get to do a 180 on the edge. I can emotionally accept a crash landing. I have real trouble with a crash after landing. It's really freaky as a passenger too, since you can't see the airport until you land. It feels like you're flying right into the side of a mountain. But combine that with the fact I was usually on some 10-seat puddle jumper and it doesn't make a great experience. Huge props to the EasyJet pilot who got us on the ground at London Gatwick last night, on the second attempt, despite terrifying crosswinds. I'm not a nervous flyer, but when we were 15 feet from the runway, only for the engines to roar and the plane to climb steeply back into the air, I was definitely feeling pretty tense. The wind was horrible and the rain was driving. And on our second approach, the wings were definitely tilting, but he got us safely and smoothly on the ground. Thanks man. You're a legend. LaGuardia is 100% the worst. There is a reason us pilots refer to it as La Garbage. That miserable, always delayed, overcrowded shithole fills me with such hatred it's unbelievable. Oh, it's your go home day? Well guess what? One drop of rain just fell in Nick, so you're gonna have to eat this 5 hours delay buddy. Have a nice day. Goddamn I hate that place. I hear some guys would rather land in the Hudson than Ray route to LaGuardia. Airline captain here. LaGuardia. Short runways and crazy congested. You're close to other airplanes and the ramp area is tight. Chicago is a ridiculous long taxi experience. In Nick JFK is better than EWR because there are more runway choices and it's slightly more spread out. Nick airports are at a 100% capacity, so when weather rolls in or they swap runways it's a huge ripple effect that is painful when you want your day to be over. Odd taxiing feels like it lasts 5 years from a passenger's perspective, and even longer when you have to sit on the plane for an additional hour after boarding because random lightning suddenly appeared over the lake a few minutes after boarding finished. That was the worst. Actual pilot here. I'm going to say Newark and LaGuardia. Someone farting in the wind could cause 2 hours delays up there. But in all seriousness, with the congested airspace of EWR, LGA and JFK, any weather in the northeast can cause some serious delays. Even though it's my home airport, LAX is a pain in the butt. The whole airport has been a construction zone for as long as I can remember, with no end in sight. I recently just sat next to an off-duty pilot on a flight. He told me his regular route was to Hong Kong and back. He said he would always do what he could to avoid having to land in Russia or China, and would opt, if he has the choice, to land in either Alaska or Japan. ATP here. I'm surprised no one has said Charlotte NC. Congested and massive taxi delays for no reason other than a crappy layout and incompetence on the part of ramp controllers. Yeah, but from a passenger standpoint, the terminal is great with lots of restaurants and easy to get around in. I fly, pilot, into one of the reliever airports and avoid KCLT like the plague. I will say though, transiting the area at low levels is a nightmare, so flying intrastate, NC, is never direct. Helicopter pilot here. What's this runway you speak of, like at a fashion show for pretty ladies? Also, Sharm el Sheikh in Egypt is the worst airport in the world. Inshallah is not an appropriate landing clearance. Tower clears you to land if God is willing. That's some good stuff right there. I travel often for work and I have heard pilots hate John Wayne Airport and that it's dangerous to fly out of. Luckily that's my choice of airport. I was on a Southwest flight leaving John Wayne once, and right when the engines cut, the flight attendant gets on the intercom and whispers, "Be very, very quiet. We're flying over rich people." Makes me giggle every time I think about it. My father is a pilot and thoroughly dislikes London City Airport. London City is great as a passenger, but I can imagine it being crappy for a pilot. Gets city pride that nobody is mentioning O'Hare or Midway. An aircraft carrier. Yes, it's very difficult to land an aircraft carrier on a pilot. The deck of the USS Theodore Roosevelt, CVN 71, at night with 10-foot seas. Motherfricking Kona, Hawaii. So much plane traffic that they frick over us choppers and make us hover for ages waiting for takeoff. We could depart from the ramp easily, but no. Hold. Terminal experience is also freaking miserable here. This airport is undeniably bad. Actual pilot. Toronto Pearson International. Yes, this airport is massive. But the second it gets windy or they get a mm of snow, the whole place goes to crap. Cancellations and delays everywhere. 2 days ago, 200 flights cancelled for a bit of wind. Last week we landed 5 hours late because of some snow. When we landed, I counted at least 20 planes sitting around waiting for gates. Apparently some had been waiting for 2+ hours. Not to mention the landing fees are insane. To be fair, it was a crap ton of snow. I landed in Quito, Ecuador once. It took 3 attempts because of 4 and the crazy location. Fucking Teterboro, NJ. Doesn't help that I have to go there at least twice every trip I'm on. Was hoping to hear about Tegucigalpa, Honduras. When flying in out of Tegucigalpa, it's best to be seated in the aisle. You really don't want to look out the window while taking off or landing. Especially landing and landing. You may see the ground crew removing treetops from the landing gear. Disclaimer, I'm no pilot, but I did crap my pants once when landing at Tegucigalpa. Nassau, heavy crosswinds, FOD, and really crappy controllers. Not me, but my dad said that the Juan Shoei, Irosquin Airport in Sabah, SAB TNCS, had the shortest runway he had ever seen with a cliff at both ends of it, so that doesn't sound fun. Before it was decommissioned, Kai Tak Airport was the most dangerous large airport in the world to land at because it was basically in the heart of Hong Kong. It required specialized training. Pilots had to take a course to be allowed to land there. But dang, it made for some cool views from the ground, or at least that I've seen from YT. I'm surprised Newark isn't more hated. On certain days you can sit in the IKEA across the street and count 10+ planes in line to land. LaGuardia beats that. The landing requires a sharp hook at low altitude after crossing by Manhattan. Then you deal with a short runway. Aspen kinda sucks, especially when the weather goes down. Sure, it's pretty, but it can be a pain in the butt. Glad you asked. I'm tired of my home base airport and need to vent it out. Mexico City's airport sucks in every way imaginable. The parallel runways, which are the only ones, aren't separated enough to allow simultaneous approaches and departures. So aircraft from both terminals have to take off from the same runway and land on the other one, causing huge ground delays. It's common to spend 1 hour or more taxiing. The place is too freaking crowded. They only built 74 gates. We use about 110, how 30+ remote stands. Some are really far from the terminals. Again, it's not uncommon for the airport buses to arrive 30 or 40 minutes after you've parked. And if we're in transit, then wait 40 more minutes for the fuel truck to arrive to your stand. The entire terminal smells like crap for some reason, and the public restrooms have no ventilation, increasing the crap smell. This really irks me, because it's a terrible welcome for foreign people who might get a bad idea about our country, the president, and all official aviation including the Navy, sometimes the Army, diplomatic flights, state visits, etc. Don't use the dang Army's airport, which is a few minutes away from the city. They use our airport and get priority for taxiing, takeoff and landing. So again, not unusual to be delayed 30 minutes just because the president is swinging by. On top of the small annoyances, it's not an easy operation by any means. High altitude airport, mountainous terrain all around, in-flight delays by long but flight vectors and holding patterns due to traffic saturation, really bad weather every day from May to September, volcanic ash from the Popocatépetl all year round, frequent awful wind shear conditions causing you to go around the airport on fast 5 because it's so long and dangerous to go on. LaGuardia, she's an evil bee. Heavy winds from the west are stirred up by downtown and make for some interesting landings. Ground control gets so saturated that sometimes it takes 10 minutes just to get your name in the hat to taxi out, and then you might be number 45 in line for departure. For every minute of listening to LGA ground, your actual age increases at a ratio times pi. The old terminals are truly third world. You feel like a refugee when you try and shove your way through the huddled masses. There's one men's room on the B concourse serving 1,000 people. The terminals are kept at 85 degrees, summer and winter. All the good food is outside of security, so you have to exit and then re-enter to get a halfway decent bite to eat. Trump 757 haunts the landscape, and so you're stuck looking at it for hours on the taxi out to depart RWY13. On departure there are no fewer than 4 different procedures to follow depending on which couple of 100 feet you lose an engine after takeoff, which seem to have been designed mostly for noise abatement instead of, safety. Traffic is thick, runways aren't very long, and if you land long you splash down in cold salt water. Any airport with that crushable foam emergency stopping concrete at the end of the runway isn't really operating within its original design limits. I hate LGA. Clearly most people here have not been to MEX, the biggest dumpster and complicated airport in the world. Some stats. First, it's at 7,500 feet, 2,400 m above sea level, so approaches are a lot faster than other airports. Surrounded by mountains and requires a precise approach with a 130-degree turn to align with the runways. You overfly a huge and populated city, so no Sully-esque stunts are possible here. The airport dates from the 1940s and has been under construction since, and it's a Frankenstein. It's overpopulated and understaffed. A huge dumpster was constructed very far away in the 50s and now it's near, so in a bad day it smells. The runways are lengthy but are very narrow and so close that operations are complicated. Taxiways are so small that the A380 need a guy in a car to guide it to the gate. Congestion is bad that sometimes aircraft wait 40 minutes just to get a gate. Buy bottled water. Traffic to get there in or out is a nightmare, and to top it off they are making a new super modern one just outside this dumpster. I'm not a pilot, but I'm told by pilots I know that if you can land in St. John's International in Newfoundland, you can land anywhere. Washington Dulles Airport. I'll answer because I'm a pilot. You never specified ATP or even commercial. I'm going with 3LF in Litchfield, IL. The winds were very freaky on my short final. I randomly dropped altitude, and I about shat my pants. Every airport has weird little idiosyncrasies like that, but this resulted in a go around as my approach was no longer stabilized. When I came back around, it was fine because I was ready for that weird shift, and I had a smooth landing. The FBO terminal was nice, ate their candy, took a giant dump. They have a crew car and internet access to check weather. Once it cleared in southern Missouri I was off. Montreal. The controllers can't handle more than 2 airplanes at once, and they speak French to the locals so you can't tell what's going on. Also Newark because GDP. Try our aviation if you want an actual answer. Lol, try our flying if you want an actual answer. Aviation is more for enthusiasts, but our flying is full of actual pilots who flare their ratings. 99% non-pilots and 1% American pilots talking about airports I've never heard of. I'm a pilot in the US. I'd say Reno, Sun Valley, Idaho, Jackson Hole and Aspen. I don't actually fly into the last one. The reason I don't like them is terrain. When you lose an engine during takeoff and you're too fast to safety abort on the runway, you have to continue into the air. At this point your climb performance is limited and you have to conduct complex single-engine departure procedures that in some cases like Sun Valley on a single-engine balked landing into runway 31 do not guarantee terrain clearance. That's never a good feeling. Busy airports don't bother me. The ones surrounded by tall mountains do. Nearly all airports guarantee terrain clearance. It is the single-engine balked landing in Sun Valley that does not. Pilots on Reddit. What was your oh no this is not good moment that turned out to be okay without the passengers knowing about it? In-flight training. We were practicing stalls. While doing a power-on stall, pulling back to lose airspeed, I notice another plane coming at us, probably 100 yards away. I immediately throw the nose down to avoid death and my instructor looks at me with a weird look. He didn't see the other guy. He tells me that not even close to the stall speed, and I tell him about the other airplane. He says, oh yeah, good call. On the way back to the airport I ask him if he's had any experiences like that. He said he's come so close that he could see the whites in the other pilot's eyes. Flying VFR can be fun. Private pilot here. Flying a small 4-seater about a year after getting my license at 17 to take my parents to lunch at Harris Ranch in BFE, Central California. There's a small runway next to a monstrous cattle farm that has a delicious restaurant that I swear they must walk the cow straight into the kitchen and out on a platter. When we left Sacramento, the seating configuration was my small framed mother and myself up front, and my 275-pound dad in the back. This led to a center of gravity to the rear situation that required me to set the trim forward to stay level or the nose would keep drifting up. Flight to HR was uneventful and we had a wonderful lunch, but for the return trip we decided that my dad would sit up front and my mom would move to the back. Stupid 18-year-old me didn't follow every step of the pre-flight checklist and I forgot to retrain the controls to neutral before taking off. Started down the runway for takeoff and as soon as I hit speed I realized my mistake, that with the new weight distribution the CG shifted forward, as well as the controls trimmed forward. I pulled back on the yoke to rotate and it didn't budge. Never in my life has 1,000 feet of remaining runway suddenly appeared to reduce to nothing. To make things worse, the end of the runway was an elevated road leading to an overpass with cars on it. I literally wrapped both arms around the yoke and pulled back with all my strength to get the nose wheel to slightly lift off the runway and the plane slowly inches off the ground. The embankment to the road got closer and closer and I had visions of emergency crews having to scrape us off the surface, leftovers and all. As we approached it became clear that we were going to just clear the road, but I saw a pickup approaching the road and I wasn't sure we weren't going to collide. He saw us coming and slowed to a stop and I swear I was able to look straight in his eyes as we cleared the road. When we were safely clear of trees and obstructions I was able to let go with one arm and reach down to turn the wheel that trims the controls. As I was thanking my lucky stars to have survived the day, my dad was muttering at me something like, "Very funny." I didn't eat that much. Both he and my mom assumed I was making a joke because my dad ate a huge lunch and thought I was acting like the plane couldn't take off. I never told them the truth about how close a call that it actually was, nor did I ever forget to reset the trim before takeoff. I mean, the fact that you're alive to tell the story is kind of a spoiler, but my heart was in my mouth. So had just recently gotten my private pilot license, no instrument rating. I decided to fly the wife out to Ocracoke and the Outer Banks for a little getaway weekend. Checked the weather very carefully, prepped for the flight the best I could. Just as we get to the Carolina coastline the sky starts turning a weird brown. Very light drop in visibility, but I get a little unsettled. I turn back overland and check in with flight service and get weather for several points on the Outer Banks, which all checks out good. I think about it then decide to turn back toward Ocracoke, which means flying about 20 miles over water. About halfway across visibility has gone to complete crap. Sky all around me is brown and I can't see a clear horizon. I can barely make out the water below me. I am on course according to the GPS and I keep thinking about the clear weather reports ahead. I know I'm approaching the island, but I can still barely see the water below me from 3,500 feet. I know from my prep that the highest obstacle in the area is about 500 feet, so I decide to descend to 1,500 feet. As soon as I crossed the beach it got worse. The color of the sand below matched the brown of the sky and I started to get disoriented. It was like being wrapped in a brown cotton ball. I focused on staying on course, wings level and holding 1,500 feet, but suddenly below I got a glimpse of the runway as I flew over it. I fricked up here and decided I was not going to fly away where I couldn't see the runway. I flew a tight pattern descending, keeping my eyes locked on the runway and not on the instruments. I didn't realize how disoriented I was getting till I saw I was below 500 feet. I thought I was level but was in fact in a bank. I got it straightened out and reset my brain a little. Got lined up for the runway, airspeed and attitude okay. Right at touchdown I realized that since I couldn't really make out details of the ground that my visual clues were all shot and didn't understand just how low to the runway I was. My normal sight picture was fricked. Basically I almost drove it right into the runway but fortunately recovered and make a reasonably smooth land. I had been making some radio calls but couldn't see the opposite end of the runway. Finally got parked under a completely obscured sky. When I parked I found another guy chilling next to his Cirrus. Turns out the whole area was under smoke from a peat bog fire and visibility was below limits, not VFR at all, but apparently flight service didn't know that. He congratulated me on my skills, not knowing that my hands were shaking. My wife thought the whole thing was great. Wife. This is fun. Wheel swing 303. Internal screaming. Yes, I'm a pilot and CFI. Scariest moment was when on intro flight and coming back into land. Student is doing super well, everything cool. We were clear to land. Number 1. From 4 miles out, on short finals, less than a mile out, another plane appears over the top of us and lands on our runway. Trying to keep cool, I take the controls, ask tower what's going on. Start a go around, simultaneously sidestepping to get out of their wake. Turn to my student and say, so shall we try that again? Flew tourists and odd jobs in Phoenix for a couple years in an R-44. Going in for a landing at a remote site in the middle of the desert. Just as I was about to drop into a hover, drained my speed, I noticed just above my feet a motherfricking trike motor paraglider just cruising under me, only a couple feet above the ground and maybe 5 feet under me. Very cool like. Did a 180 and told Pax I was worried about the landing spot, so I went pretty far in a different direction while watching that little bastard in my skid mirror. I quick flipped to a couple open channels to try to raise him and didn't get a reply, so I'm assuming he was without a radio. Still to this day I'm wondering how in the heck did he get in behind and under me so fast when I was probably cruising at 80 miles per hour? How in the heck did he keep that thing solid under my rotor wash? And why in the frick would it be a good idea to fly under a helicopter when it is about to land? A couple people I've talked to have said he probably didn't even notice me. I'm just gonna go to the grave believing some people wanna live on a razor's edge. Now I'm waiting for him to post the story about how he once really fricked up and ended up under intense rotor wash by not paying attention on a glide and ending up under a landing R-44 on the one day he forgets his radio. CFI, Certified Flight Instructor. Here, while teaching my student how to do a cross country, we got blindsided by 2 pop-up thunderstorms. There was a 20-mile wide corridor to fly down back to base, according to flight service, so we cut our trip short and headed home. It played it off cool, said this is a great time to practice diversion and good decision making, but I was freaking terrified. Friend got caught in a storm in Texas. He's a CFI as well but was struggling and started communicating with a controller who was having trouble finding him and finally said, "Oh, you're the blip that isn't moving." I'm a pilot but I don't have passengers normally. A few years ago I was flying pretty high in the clouds, 36,000 feet or so, around some very high mountains, about 26,000 feet, and our GPWS, ground proximity warning system, started having an electronic seizure. Too low terrain, too low gear, too low flaps, too low terrain. After freaking out for a few moments, we remembered we were higher than the tallest mountains in the world, let alone in the area, and released the seat cushions from our butt cheeks. I then told one of the crew to pull the circuit breaker for the GPWS to turn it off. After framing out for a few moments, we realized we were higher than the tallest mountains in the world. Would have been awkward if the warning system was correct and the elevation was incorrect. I'm a helicopter pilot. I was doing a tourist flight and was flying low, 50 featuring in between rock formations to impress my passengers and give them a nice time. I've done this flight multiple times. Everyone always loved that low pass and I usually love it too. Except this time I saw a prey bird flying higher than us right over our flight path and I was unable to diverge as I was lower than the walls around me. You have to know that most birds usually try to avoid big noisy thing flying near them. They do so by swerving left, right or down. Prey birds are also known to sometimes attack big noisy flying things by diving at them. It all went pretty fast and thankfully the bird didn't do anything stupid like throwing itself into the main rotor. We landed safely a few minutes later and my passengers went on their way without suspecting anything. I'm more careful now when I make this flight. I spent 3 years flying 44 tours on the Gulf Coast. Pelicans man. Flying turkeys. Clouds at 1,200. Pelicans at 1,199. And me at 800. One dove at me. I practically had the 44 on its side trying to get away and it still hit the main rotor. Oh, I got one. When I was a teenager my dad was earning his pilot's license. It was the best, we always got to go on lessons. We all liked his instructor and had him around for dinner often and he and my dad would make sports bets. Well, instructor Chris lost and the payment was a ride with him on this twin engine just for fun. It's a clear night so we go and Chris and dad are flying. and my mom, baby sis, and I four in the back. My sister fell asleep before we even get to the runway. We take off and immediately something is very wrong. Suddenly loud bangs all over the plane like metal is hitting it and the plane pitches crazy. My mom had a headset so I reached over and grabbed one side so I could hear. Chris is freaked out but I heard my dad say calm as frick. We fly the plane first and panic later then start radioing others we are circling back for emergency landing. At this point my mom grabs the headset back and I just sat still. They landed the plane perfectly. Turns out there was an outside compartment on the nose of the plane that was open so on takeoff it flew open and a bunch of crap hit the plane. We got out, all of us shaken, and then my lil sis pipes up, "Daddy, are we going to fly now?" We all just lost it laughing. My dad can't fly now, but I'm saving up. Next time he comes to visit, I'm going to make sure I've had a few lessons and I'll take him flying this time. Those flying lessons were some of the best moments of my childhood. I'm late to the party here, but someone might enjoy this. I'm an airline captain and on this particular day I was flying a CRJ 900 into the Washington National Airport. We were on an arrival but due to VIP movement, the president, they took us off of our route with the intention of having us enter a holding pattern over East Maryland. As we were turning around on the holding pattern, think of it as a big oval with 10-mile sides, we noticed an aircraft coming down the same route we were just in, at our altitude, roughly 10,000 feet. They were 20 miles away and we only saw a blip on our screen. Keep in mind that at 10,000 feet we're doing close to 300 miles per hour, so a closing speed of 600 miles per hour. We got sight of them as we got closer and we had to turn to fly on the other side of the oval. By now we're about 5 miles away. Turning towards each other closing at 600 miles per hour, so I instinctively put my hand on the uke and autopilot disconnect button. At about 3 or 4 miles, ATC issues a traffic alert and gives me an immediate left turn and to descend. So I click it off and start hand flying. At that same moment the TCAS, Traffic Collision Avoidance System, starts yelling, "Traffic, traffic, climb, climb." So I do what I'm trained to do and fly the TCAS maneuver. We probably came within 2 miles, maybe less, from colliding. Not that we would have since I saw the Southwest 737 and would have evaded had we gotten closer, and the TCAS did its thing right. So, since the TCAS told me to climb I got to 11,000 feet within a few seconds and leveled off. Then what do you know? A second airplane. TCAS starts freaking out again and telling me to descend. So I did. We explained the situation to ATC and the controller sounded extremely embarrassed and apologetic. So if the dude controlling Potomac sector where we fly the deal arrival that got us into 2 hours within seconds of each other is reading this, it's okay. We all have bad days. Ooh, and when we were getting off some of the passengers asked what the commotion was about. The FA told them that it's because we get paid by the minute. True. And we wanted to milk the clock since we were early. In a playful manner of course. I enjoyed that, and by enjoyed, I mean my fear of flying has increased tenfold. Back in the 80s, I was in high school and went to USSR part of an exchange program. We were on a flight from a small airport in Soviet Georgia to Moscow, then home to the US. The flight started normally. About halfway down the runway the pilot slams on the brakes and powers the plane down. Thrown forward, stuff flying all over the cabin kind of fast stop. As we taxi back around, the pilot, in broken English, explains that technically the airport we are using doesn't have long enough runways, but the airplane has enough power so we're going to do it anyway. We circle back on the taxiway, get back on the runway. He backs up to the point that the wings are pushing over small pine trees. He locks the brakes and runs the engines up to full ludicrous speed to the point that the aircraft is hopping up and down on the landing gear. He releases the brakes. Everyone is instantly slammed backwards into their seats and off we go. I swear he had to bank to miss a tree at the end of the runway but we made it to Moscow. When we finally flew into Atlanta, on a much larger aircraft. It was the first Aeroflot flight to ever land at Hartsfield so they decided to honor it by deploying the airport fire trucks to spray their nozzles over the plane as it taxied off the runway. Well, they forgot to mention this to the hundreds of family and friends who were waiting for us to return on a concourse they had closed to everyone but us. So they announced to gathered crowd that your family members are arriving. Watch out this window to see the plane land. then deploy the entire airport fire department, cops and everything with lights flashing and sirens screaming. People were freaking out and screaming, and then suddenly they started what looked like hosing the plane down with fire trucks. It went as you might expect. People were losing their crap. Turns out the airport had radioed the pilots and told them to expect honors after they landed, but they apparently expected maybe a wine and cheese tray, not a full-on crash response. So we lurched to a stop on the taxiway, being hosed down by fire trucks, surrounded by police cars and such with lights and sirens on. Again, the assembled relatives and friends are reacting as expected, not knowing this is all big show for their benefit. On the plane, we are all looking out the windows. Flight attendants are running all around. The pilots are coming over the overhead saying, "We don't show any fire. I'm not sure what's going here, but we'll just sit here until we figure what's going on." Finally, Tower figures out that maybe they should have been a little more specific about the honorary welcome, and the concourse staff relays to the panicked friends and relatives that the plane is not on fire. We proceed to the gate and everyone is happy. USSR LOL. Back in my flight instructor days, I had a gig to take up some kids for the day who were doing an aviation camp. There were 3 of them ranging from 7-14 years old. We were doing a quick flight to a nearby island. Our departure airport was a towered field that I was very familiar with. On takeoff we're climbing up through 1000 or so when Tower very casually tells me to use caution for another plane he cleared to take off behind me that may be overtaking me. I think the actual verbiage he used was even less urgent. Anyway, midway through his sentence I see big tail numbers in my windscreen as I'm looking at the butt end of a Cirrus airplane dead ahead, maybe less than 100 feet. I push the nose over and slow it down a bit, but by then it was already over. The kid next to me just goes, "Was that supposed to happen?" Not really, no. But I've never had anything really go on that we tried to hide from the passengers. At least not mechanically. One time as a charter pilot we did have to hold short of the runway for like 15 minutes to burn fuel to get within takeoff weight limits, which is kind of embarrassing, so we didn't mention it even though we ended up having to wait for quite a while. Haha. Relatively low time private pilot, me. Small plane with another pilot passenger. We filed IFR, took off and promptly flew into a small thunderstorm over North Georgia mountains. Water was streaming under the windshield, and we were bounced around quite vigorously with the thunder and lightning making it impossible for us to hear or talk to ATC. It lasted maybe 2-3 minutes and turned out fine. But that day I learned how stupid I can be. I'd recommend a book by the title of Fate is the Hunter by Ernest Kagan, especially as a fellow novice pilot. The first time I flew a plane, I nearly crashed into a helicopter. I went heli skiing on the day before. For some reason they only operate on their own frequency, so we didn't know they were there, and they didn't know we were there. The flight instructor took over and it ended up being fine. Quite a shock though. Passenger and pilot here. You'll be amazed how much your brain explodes when you're in a nosedive where your only option is to pull up, but you're gaining incredible amounts of speed and your G tolerances can only go so high. Started to grey out but got it under control. Had I not strained hard enough I would have just passed out and plummeted 7,000 feet. Scared the crap out of myself. In flight school, for King Airs, my instructor pilot was like, "I'm gonna demonstrate a full engine shutdown." Well, the engine shut down fine. When he went to restart it, it did not restart. So we declared an emergency and he landed it. Crash rescue was there waiting for us and everything. It was kinda cool in hindsight seeing how ATC treats you when you have a real world emergency. A lot of other oh crap moments both in the C-12 and the A-72. But mostly because I had no idea how to fly and little things that aren't a big deal seemed like a big deal. I think if I was in a plane with a dead engine I would crap myself. Not a pilot, but was on board a helicopter, as a marine. When this happened, we were coming back to the ship super late, pitch black. We'd been humping around the jungle for weeks leading up to this. Most of us were sleeping when all of a sudden I feel the aircraft nose up violently before leveling off and crashing to the deck in what felt like a 1-second span. I swear, out of the 30 of us non-flight crew, I was the only one that noticed anything amiss. For days everyone was telling me I must have dreamt that we all almost died. Eventually I said something to one of the flight crew about it and he was all, "Oh crap, You didn't hear? Apparently the pilot just kinda zoned out as we were landing. At the last second he realized we were coming in too fast, jerked back on the stick to slow us down, and landed a lot harder than we should have. Barely avoided a tail strike. He had played it off like everything was normal and the rest of the crew just went along with it in the moment. But they record everything on the ship, so within a day the pilot had to explain himself. For some reason they only spoke to the flight crew, not any of the 30+ Marines who were also on the helicopter, but even if they had, none of them would have even known anything was up. I felt like I was taking crazy pills. Not a pilot but a dispatcher. Back when I was working with private jets, we had a customer request a trip from somewhere up north, Detroit I think, to Florida. The crew is waiting for them prior to the flight and their car and driver shows up and starts unloading them on the ramp. The crew takes all the bags and starts loading them into the cargo area of the plane. They also have dogs in carriers, so they take them and put them inside with the passengers. Everything up to this point is normal. They take off and start heading down south. About 20 minutes into the flight, the passengers realize they only have 2 dog carriers with them and that they are missing their 3rd dog. They immediately start panicking and ask the crew if they put them in the unpressurized cargo. You start to doubt yourself whenever someone asks you about something like that, because no matter how sure you are that you didn't, there's always that thought in that back of your head that you are going to land with a dead frozen dog in the back. Anyway, the pilots give me a call and let me know the situation, asking for a place to divert to. I give it to them and immediately start making calls. I call over to the FO where they departed from and ask them if they saw any dog crate left behind. CSR up front says they haven't seen anything, so she transfers me out to a line guy. Once again they haven't seen anything either. So at this point I'm 90% positive that there is a dead dog on board and about 10% sure these people never knew how many dogs they had in the first place. Well, they end up landing and run out to check the bag. They open it up and throw everything out of there, and what do they find? Nothing. There's no dog in the bag, and there's no dog at the airport they left from. We genuinely have no idea what's happening until the passengers make a call to the car and driver service, only to find out the dog has been in the backseat the whole time and he didn't notice. Well, passengers don't seem to bother at this point. They tell him to take the dog back to their house and they continue on without it. So your passengers freaked out, but it was all for nothing. I will say you get plenty of stories like this when you work with private jets. I've got a lot more, however a lot deal with celebrities and I'm not quite at liberty to discuss those. But oh man, PM me some of those. No names. I do AOG support for a bunch of the fractionals and would love to hear some of the stories. Not commercial, but hobby flyer. I was out with a couple of mates on a nice day and we decided to all go out. I don't have my pilot's license, but a mate offered to let me take over. Anyway, we're flying at a medium kinda altitude when out of the corner of my eye I noticed our altitude dropped significantly. My heart leaped into my throat and I panicked. My friends didn't notice. I started remembering things in my life. My first bike ride. My dad walking in on me shoving a chessboard in my butt and telling me we got a new puppy. My first love. I told my friend, a more experienced pilot, who politely told me that the dial was broken and the altitude was fine. I was on a flight once that was trying to land in very high winds. We were just about to touch down, like probably less than 50 feet from the ground, when the plane suddenly dipped hard to the left and the pilot pulled up. We circled for a minute and he made another pass. I gave him a fist bump and told him nice landing on the way out. I watched a 737 land in heavy crosswinds once. It approached the runway flying parallel to it but oriented at 45 degrees, so it looked like it was sliding along it. As it got to within 5 meters above the tarmac, the pilot whipped the tail in line and dropped onto the runway. Impressive flying to be sure, but so glad I wasn't on that plane. Attitude indicator fricking rolled over and died. It was VMC, so it wasn't a hazard, but it certainly was interesting as a new pilot to look down and see our instrument claim that I was in an inverted dive towards the ground. Just squeaked it when I landed, but my passenger, a girl I was in vain trying to impress, thankfully didn't notice. I had the opposite experience. A good friend is an experienced private pilot with his own plane. He came out to visit me in the SF Bay Area. He begged me to let him take up, so we rented a plane and he did a tour of the bay, a loop around it. CCW. On the way back, passing through the SF Airport airspace and then Palo Alto airspace, there was a lot of radio traffic and handing off of our plane to different frequencies. But the radios in the rental plane were not cooperating. My friend turned off my mic so he could concentrate with the ATC and did circles while trying to get permission to proceed. I saw another small plane pass within 50 yards of us. I was shouting into the mic asking him if he saw the plane approaching, but to no avail. When we landed I asked him about that small plane. What small plane? He was so focused on the radio he didn't even notice it. I never went up with him again. Freaking heck. Flying a Cessna 310. Autopilot is non-operational so it wasn't part of my pre-landing check. First time I had a full plane of 5 passengers. On final to land. Everything nice and trimmed. All of sudden flight controls lock up. My mind starts racing aboard landing and try to troubleshoot or try to land. Plane is set up to land and I decide if I do a go around there's no telling what's going to happen. So I decide to land. With all my might I was able to get some control back and flare. Plane lands hard. Everyone's fine and no one has a clue as to what just happened. So as I'm taxiing and I noticed my passenger's knee hit the autopilot switch which the servos were set to high which is why I could barely control the plane. Come to find out mechanic was messing with the system and left the breakers on. Plus I was a dumb butt for not checking even if autopilot was non-op. Instrument training student here. Was doing a solo night flight. Pattern work. Working on takeoffs and landings. And I had done a few laps. Everything going fine. A little over an hour into the flight I was taking off once again when I looked down to turn off my landing light as I no longer needed it. Mind you I'm only a few hundred feet above the ground. And in my peripheral vision everything got really bright. I look up and there another plane roughly 200 feet away from me flying right freaking in front of the departure end of the runway. Not making calls. Unknown to the tower as he never announced his position or intentions. You can't do this. Obviously I didn't die but I called my family after I landed and let them know how much I love them. Airplane pilots of Reddit. What was your biggest we're all fricked up moment that you survived and your passengers didn't notice? Not a pilot but a flight attendant. We landed. Everything went smoothly. As we're deplaning the pilot steps out of the flight deck and goes wow. I'm glad we made it. We lost 2 hydraulics on the way down. Mine is from many years ago when I was a student pilot. I was 14 I think at the time. I had about 15ish hours done and getting close to soloing for the first time but still had a few hours and more landings to practice. I was doing some basics and getting ready to come back with my instructor to practice some touch and goes for a bit. Coming back through we had to pass through DTW's Bravo airspace, means need permission to go through it. A few minutes before I was about to call for permission, my instructor got really quiet. I looked over at him and he looked really bad. I thought he was going to puke so looking for a bag. But then I notice he isn't breathing. I figure out where I am at and call up DTW approach. Declare a medical emergency and that my instructor was not breathing. I also told them I am a student and never landed on my own before, and never in a large airport. Detroit approach was amazing at helping me. They gave me an option for DTW or Willow but Willow would have added a good 5-10 minutes since I was coming in from the SE. Opted for DTW and they were great at giving me vectors while also getting the big jets out of the way. I remember hearing them tell several planes to go around and several more into a hold. Anyway, did my approach and made the most butter smooth landing I have ever made in my life, even till this day. Ambulance was right there on the taxi waiting for me. Turns out my instructor who was only 25 had a heart attack. He ended up being okay. All in all from first call to him in the ambulance was less than 10 minutes thanks to ATC and DTW Tower. This is a great story. I really hope you continued flying because you seem to work well under pressure, which is like the quality of person I want to fly planes. I'm a CFI at this point and I'm flying with a student. We see a spider in the cockpit. I'm okay with spiders but I don't want it distracting the student so I mash it. Student missed the spider but saw my movement and asked what it was. I responded it was a spider. I killed it as I'm glancing into the backseat area. I managed to casually add, "Why are you scared of spiders?" without the student noticing the break in the sentence. Turns out the student is scared of spiders. For the rest of that flight I squished spiders behind my student's back as they came forward from the nest I had just spotted in the back of the plane. He never knew. I was in the process of getting my PPL, private pilot license, and I was flying circuits solo. Before I took off, the CFO of the flight school asked me if I was sure it was a good idea to fly. It's pretty windy. I was flying a Cessna 152 on a day with wind pushing 15 kts and turbulence around 20. I honestly don't know what I or anyone at the flight school was thinking letting me, 16 years old, take off. Anyways, a few bumpy circuits go by with no problem. I actually got some great practice landing in turbulence. So the last circuit of the day, I'm on final with full flaps doing the absolute minimum speed for approach in a 152. Not taking into consideration that the air is super turbulent. For those who don't know, when it's bumpy you should be going a little faster on approach than usual. Anyways, I'm quite close to the ground, maybe 300-400 feet, and I can hear the wind blowing over the sound of the engine. Suddenly, no wind. I had just lost 15-20 kts of almost direct headwind on final approach with absolutely no airspeed to spare. I remember my shirt sleeves looked like they were inflating and the plane's stall warning started screaming at me. The controls became totally useless, like a limp computer joystick. Thankfully I had my hand on the throttle like my instructor taught me, and for whatever instinctual reason, good instructor probably, I gently pushed the throttle all the way and slightly lowered the nose. All of this took place in the span of about 5 seconds. I remember what I did, but not thinking about doing it. It was like when you drive somewhere and you suddenly realize you've arrived without remembering driving. Dang scary. Anyways, I landed the plane just fine and went home and took a nap. My parents said I was pale as a ghost when I got home. Flying is fun until it isn't. A lot of people are wondering why I gently pushed the throttle in. The reason is because the carburetor can't provide enough fuel to maintain the proper fuel-air mixture. When the pilot rapidly pushes the throttle in, the carb is supposed to provide a quick squirt of fuel to account for the rapid increase in air. If the pilot slams the throttle to the firewall, the huge amount of air coming into the carb is simply too much for it to maintain the proper air-fuel mixture, even with the extra squirt. In the best case, this can cause the engine to lag for a few seconds while the mixture catches up, and in the worst case might actually cause the engine to stall completely. So imagine an inexperienced pilot who panics and really jams the throttle all the way. That may have a disastrous effect because not only are they at low altitude with little airspeed, but they just choke their engine and simply can't get more power. Was learning to fly when I worked for the governor, so on my first flight with me taking off, we'd been climbing for about 5 minutes and were going through some gentle turns when instructor says, "We're going to head back, I don't feel well." He takes over the stick and he looks ashen. He then starts to breath erratically and says I need to help him control the plane. He radios tower, and up till now I'm thinking it's a prank. Mayday, mayday. He talks me through the whole thing. I'm trying to talk to the tower, repeat info, read gauges, remember lessons, listen to him and hope he don't pass out. I was crapping myself. Takeoff is one thing, but landing, we land like a kangaroo with a rocket up its butt. I'm surprised the wheels didn't fold. It must have been 4 big bounces, but it's a big runway. Scrub speed, finally get the plane to stop, and instructor passes out. He had a heart attack. He survived, but only for a few months before I heard he passed away in his sleep. But he got us down. I never continued the lessons. We land like a kangaroo with a rocket up its butt. Holy heck, that's the funniest thing I've read all week. Not completely on topic, but I was an aircraft mechanic for the Navy back in the day on A4 Skyhawks. Student pilot notices his canopy light is on, indicating his canopy isn't all the way closed and locked. He decided it might help if he cracked the canopy open just a little bit and close it again. I remember seeing it land as a convertible. We sent a couple of guys out in a pickup truck where they found the missing canopy in a farmer's field. This entire story occurred in less than 10 seconds and should have ended with headlines on CNN. Military pilot and not commercial, but it still could have ended in a disaster. Flying a CH-47D Chinook helicopter in Iraq mid-July 2008 when the temp was over 130 degrees. Packed full with 36 passengers at an altitude of only 100 feet and speed of 140 knots. Lower and faster than you'd ever fly in the US. We hit a thermal pocket of warm air that pushed us up, so I nosed the cyclic, looks like a joystick between your legs, forward to maintain altitude. I was a brand new pilot flying with a combat vet who wanted me to maintain altitude of 100 feet almost exactly, so no higher than 120 or lower than 80 feet. Nosing the aircraft down kept us from going higher, but we immediately hit a downdraft and the aircraft started to fall like a rock. I pulled back on the cyclic as hard as I could to get the nose up, but it hit my body armor and wouldn't go back any further. I watched the altimeter drop all the way to 19 feet and miraculously we started falling and began to climb at the last possible second. During the debrief, the other pilot, now one of my closest friends, who had well over 1,000 combat hours, told me he's never been so close to dying before. I wasn't shook up until I heard that. Even typing this today gives me chills. Freaking body armor, man. That crap gets in the way of everything. Once, departing Burning Man in a private plane with a couple of passengers, my engine conked out. I didn't even follow the engine out checklist. I glanced at the fuel pressure gauge, didn't like what I saw, hit the switch for the auxiliary fuel pump, and it came back to life. The whole incident was over so fast the passengers never even noticed. I wouldn't call it a we're all frick moment, though. Worst case scenario, I would have had to set it back down on the playa, which is pretty flat terrain as far as the eye can see. Redundancy high five. Not a pilot but a passenger was on a 16-seater turboprop when suddenly there's a loud bang. All the lights go out, and we drop. We're all looking around like what's going on? Is this how we die? After a few minutes the lights come back on and the pilot comes in the PA, says sorry about that folks, but we were just struck by lightning. No need to worry, everything seems to be working. Except for the radar. It's fried. I may have worried a little. Believe it or not, that actually happens pretty regularly. It's usually not a big deal. Planes are designed with that in mind. I'm a commercial helicopter pilot. Probably the closest moments to where fricked I ever had was a few years ago. To set it up, I was ferrying a helicopter by myself to another location about 200 miles away. The helicopter I was flying was set up for IFR, instrument flying, and I'm a fairly experienced IFR captain. The helicopter I was in does not like ice. That means that flying in the clouds when it's below freezing is basically impossible. This was in the high Arctic, in the early spring. So basically always cold. Weather wasn't great, but I still wanted to give the trip a shot. If it was bad, I would just turn around and come home. About 50 miles out, the cloud ceiling was coming down, and visibility was dropping. I was over a small frozen lake, and I could see at the other end of the lake that the clouds were right to the ground. At this point I'm at about 300 feet above ground. I make the call to turn around, and start the left-hand turn, but as I'm halfway through the turn I enter cloud. Under normal circumstances, a VFR helicopter unintentionally entering cloud is often a death sentence, but I'm a trained IFR pilot in an IFR helicopter. I start to climb, as I know there is rising terrain on the side of the lake. I don't mind flying in cloud. What I do mind is the fact that my helicopter starts icing up instantly. I'm not talking about a bit of ice, I'm talking about a massive amount of ice, in a helicopter that doesn't like any ice. There is no way I can make it the 50 miles back to the airport to shoot an IFR approach, and I know the clouds are too thick to climb above them. I also can't descend because the ceiling is so low that I risk impacting the terrain if I don't pop out of the cloud soon enough. I'm running through the options in my head, but my heart rate is going up. This isn't something that normally happens. I'm not the type of pilot that gets into situations that scare me. I'm rapidly running out of time, so I head to a larger flat area, as indicated on my GPS and maps. Set my radio altimeter, a device that tells you exactly how far above the ground you are, to beep at me when I reach 250 feet, and start descending. I figure if I don't break out by 300 feet, I'm in some serious trouble. As I'm approaching 300 feet, I break out of cloud. Good visibility, and a clear path all the way back to the airport. I do a normal approach and landing, and shut down at our hangar. The blades are covered in ice. After I change my underwear, we pull the helicopter into the hangar to let the ice thaw. The next day, the weather is beautiful, and the trip goes off without a hitch. After flying for 10 years and thousands of hours, It was the only time I was actually scared. I'm glad I didn't have any passengers on board at the time. Commercial pilot here. Not the most exciting story, but because there aren't any good ones yet, I'll reply. I was flying myself and 3 passengers over the Appalachian Mountain on a clear day. We hit some mild turbulence and the door opened to the cabin. The passengers all started panicking, so I basically said, chill out guys, this happens all the time, and tried closing the door. I couldn't get it shut while also flying the plane, so I simply landed at a nearby airfield and closed it on the ground. After the trip was over, I told the passengers that was the first time that had ever happened to me, and I was slightly panicked as well. That's quite handy if you need to reverse after taking a wrong turning during the flight or something. This was about 7 years ago now. I took my brother and 2 cousins up for a short sightseeing flight one morning in a Cessna 172. I knew there was some weather coming in, so I wanted to get it over with quickly. About 20 minutes in, I noticed the clouds getting worse and then some lightning off in the distance. Definitely time to head back. Heading back, I radioed my intentions. Uncontrolled airport but with info, and someone radioed back with the current winds. It didn't compute what they said, and in retrospect I should have asked for clarification. Get back to the airport, and as I'm on final I realize just how bad the wind is. Having a hard time keeping on centerline and eventually go around on the first try. By now I'm starting to sweating bullets and planning on rerouting if the next attempt doesn't go well. I make sure to turn the intercom off so my cousins in the back can't hear how panicked I'm becoming. Though I did keep my cool through the whole thing. On second attempt I've got the rudder pegged to the left and managed to get the wheels on the ground safely. I taxi to park, shut down, jump out, and start shaking with adrenaline and let out a huge sigh of relief. Cousins had no idea what just happened. It was just an exciting flight to them. And my brother kind of knew what was going on. And I let him in on what I was thinking later. Apparently I had an audience of guys from the FBO watching me as well. Probably yelling at me to go somewhere else. I'm honestly surprised sometimes I managed that landing with no incidents. Especially since that was basically my first crosswind landing. Long time ago. Back in 1989 I was a first officer on the 747-100. We pushed back from the terminal in Anchorage and taxied out for a departure to Narita, Tokyo. We were full of people and very close to max takeoff weight. At the end of the runway, it was my takeoff. I stood on the brakes, stood the thrust levers up and the engineer set full takeoff power, released the brakes and off we trundled. And we rolled, and rolled and rolled down the runway. It was not sparkling acceleration by any means, as the end of the runway loomed into sight and takeoff speed still some distance away, with the lights going. Red, white, red, white, red, 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 the captain said, and I quote, best you rotate. We were a good 20 kts below VR. Not being a total numpty, I slowly and smoothly rotated and the beast flew away off the end of the runway like a lady. We slowly climbed away, cleaned up, turned and headed out west. Not a word was said for a long while. Finally through 20,000 feet the engineer launched himself at the my performance figures. Nothing was wrong. And we were at full power anyway. It turned out that extra cargo had been loaded in error, and we were well overweight. Apart from me wetting the seat and a raised heart rate, the passengers were none the wiser. As a fellow airline pilot I appreciate red, white, red, white, red, red, red. That's about the time you're trying to push the throttles through the instrument panel and your sphincter is gathering up the seat cushion. Not quite with passengers but tiffer nonetheless. During my first solo flight ever, I was really excited and wanted to video record a special occasion. So there I was, taxiing down the taxiway with one hand holding my phone. One thing about old propeller planes is that they're just like old cars, and don't always drive straight. I suppose I was a little too concentrated on making sure my camera was properly angled and focused. Next thing I knew my plane ended up rolling off the asphalt, into the fricking grassy ditch. I panicked. How TF am I supposed to get this plane out of here? Over the radio, there was a silence, as the controller likely saw what happened from the tower. After a few seconds, probably still speechless at this point, she casually checked on me to make sure I was doing okay. To save my embarrassment, I tried to power up and drive out of the grass back to the asphalt. Much to my surprise, it worked. I did my short flying as planned and returned to the hangar where my instructor was waiting. I have no idea how many people saw what happened, but from the look on his face, I'm pretty sure he knew too. And yes, that video of me driving a plane into a ditch still exists somewhere. I suppose this is the airplane equivalent of don't text and drive. Instructor was thinking no harm done, and you will never make that mistake again. Not a pilot, but my buddy has a private license, and we fly together often. Just for his hours. I buy lunch, he gets ours. It's fun. I live in the PNW and wanted to fly over Crater Lake one winter. Ceiling 8,000 featuring. Crater Lake 6,000 featuring. He doesn't have his instrumental yet, so we can't break ceiling. We fly over, have an easy time, take great pics, etc. We get back to the airport, go to the bar, and he proceeded to tell me that was the most frightened he's ever been piloting. Why? The single engine says no. We were in good glide 2-3 miles in an emergency. The Crater Lake is 8+ miles in diameter. In the middle, we'd be fricked. I asked him what he would do. He said, I'd nosedive into the water. You want to swim in that crap and drown? Or die quick and mostly painless FML. I don't like making open water crossings outside of gliding distance in the C-172 I fly. Glide ratio is 9:1, which roughly translates to 1.5 nm 1000 feet in altitude. If I'm crossing a 6 nm lake, I'll want to be at 2000 feet at least. I've been looking for an explanation from a pilot to the experience I had on an Embraer 145J from Newark to Albany one afternoon. I've been on a lot of flights, especially that little hop, many times. I know what the normal sounds are, including when it sounds like the engine's cut out and it feels like some hit the brakes. This was different. We took off like normal, but about a minute into the climb, the plane went dead silent and we went into an abrupt nosedive for 3-5 seconds, which felt like eternity. At least 7 people screamed. I clutched my armrest and made peace with that fact that this was finally happening. I always knew I would die in a plane crash. Miraculously, the engine suddenly kicked back in and we went right back into a sharp climb. 5 seconds after, the exact same thing happened to us again. The plane's engines went silent, and we were pointing hard back at the earth. More people screamed this time, and it was louder than the first time. Again, the engines turned on and we got up to cruising altitude, but the whole flight was shaky. It felt slow. It really felt like we were about to drop out of the sky. There was a woman from Long Island in front of me nervously talking to everybody, saying things like, my mother would say he's acting like a hotshot. We landed in Albany with no explanation as to what happened. Most pilots I've ever asked shake their head in confusion, unsure what could have happened. One explanation was that there's a mandatory noise abatement protocol over certain neighborhoods in Newark. Oftentimes they'll get clearance to not back the engines off. Possibly in this case, the pilots thought he would get the clearance. Air traffic peeps said no, and made the pilot back off and drop back down to a certain altitude. And they did that in the worst way possible for non-pilot passengers. This sounds like balls to me, but it's all I have. This experience traumatized me a little bit, so a real explanation would be great. It could have been an altitude bust, so ATC issues the pilots a climb to 6,000 feet and the pilots realize they've climbed to 6,500 feet and not wanting to get a call from the company they tried to dive to the altitude without ATC finding out. Maybe. It's happened to me, but I was flying boxes. SHHHH.
A no sleep story posted by Jam Friends. My plane landed at an airport that doesn't exist. I'm never giving up my seek for cash again. I want to tell you about something that happened to me very recently so you can hopefully avoid the same experience that I had. I hadn't flown in several years, otherwise maybe this would have all struck me as odd much sooner than it did. I was flying home from visiting a friend in New York and my flight was very overbooked. There had been cancellations too, so the gate area was packed with people anxiously hoping for a seat. Since I was traveling by myself and didn't have to go back to work for a few days, I happily accepted cash to take a later flight. I wasn't in a rush and hadn't checked the bag, so at the time it seemed well worth a couple of hours wait for the amount that they offered me. They drew a strange symbol on the back of my hand when I accepted the payment. It was dark and looping, drawn on thickly, and it captivated me as my eyes felt the need to trace the flow of the lines over and over. I figured at the time that it was intended to give some indication to employees, perhaps to prevent me from trying to keep getting more money or vouchers if my next flight was also full. I ended up having no trouble getting on my later flight. Looking back, that was strange. For starters, quite a people accepted cash, credit, and vouchers, and there were multiple cancellations, so it should have been fairly full, but I was the only one in my entire row. Across the aisle too, there were maybe 15 people on the entire flight. It was so empty that we could have each had our own private row of seats if we chose to. Otherwise, it was an uneventful flight. I had dozed off and woke up well after we landed to a flight attendant shaking my shoulders frantically. Her face had a strange expression on it, like a mixture of annoyance and deeply seated fear. All the other passengers were long gone. As I grabbed my backpack and headed towards the door, the small flight crew lined up to see me off the plane, which in itself wasn't too bizarre, but they seemed anxious. Some were checking their watches while others rocked back and forth nervously. I received pats on the back, an annoyed glare from the lady who had woken me up, one tearful smile, and then the pilot thanked me for my gift. I figured at the time they had confused me with someone much more important than I am. Now, I understand. As soon as my backpack had cleared the main cabin door, they closed it again behind me so fast that it almost hit me. As I left the jetway, I noticed that something was very wrong. Firstly, this wasn't my airport, and this airport looked run down, if not totally abandoned. I looked at my new ticket nervously, and sure enough it had an airport code I'd never seen on it. I felt like an idiot for not paying more attention when I took the cash and was given the new boarding pass. I had wrongly assumed I was going to be flying into the same airport, just on a later flight, especially since the employee booking it had confirmed the city, and the marquee at the gate had listed the correct city on it too. Granted, there are 2 airports near my home, but either of those would have been fine, and this was not one of them. I frantically looked around for someone that could help get me to the right place, but there wasn't another soul in sight. No passengers waiting to board, no one from my flight, no employees. I was completely alone. I could hear a faint, sharp, scraping sound. The plane had begun to pull away. They hadn't even waited for someone to move the jet bridge away from the plane first. I was in a strange airport, and I looked to be totally alone. I pulled out my phone to see where the hell I was, and not only was there no Wi-Fi available, I didn't have data either. I sighed and resigned myself to wandering the terminal for any sign of life. It'd be a long night, but I'd figure out a way to get home, I told myself. Probably. I think I was too tired to be alarmed at that point. I finally began to take in my surroundings. I was in a beautiful, if dated terminal. My eyes were drawn to gold relief art along the walls. It was really unique, though as I approached and began to make out the details, I personally thought that the scene it depicted was far too disturbing to be on display in a public space like this. An odd-looking creature seemed to be tearing a man apart, while weird figures looked on. This airport looked to be completely abandoned. There was no power. Instead, the last of the light streaming in through large windows of intricately pattern-stained glass painted everything a deep red hue. Ceiling tiles were strewn about, and some rested upon the dilapidated seats. My sense of unease grew the longer I took in my surroundings. There was something reverent about the place. It was almost church-like, but I shivered. My gut told me that nothing holy had ever dwelt here. It smelled faintly of fire. The fabric chairs had also taken up the scent. On the ground, there was a thick grey dust as far as my eyes could see. The dark powder crept into my sandals and had settled onto seats and countertops, and even the crevices within the art along the walls. I noticed the footprints of my fellow passengers and figured I'd follow them to find my way out, since the exit and other signs were either damaged or totally non-existent. After a point, the footprints began to diverge as the others looked to have gone in different directions. I noticed that one group had headed off towards what I guessed to be more gates, down a long, darkened tunnel. I stared for a while, but I couldn't see an end to the darkness. Since the last of the light outside was fading quickly and there seemed to be no power, I decided that route wasn't for me. I followed the other group's prints that went the opposite direction, towards a more open lobby. Eventually, the footprints began to tell a story that confused and frightened me. At one point, an additional set of prints had joined this group, as if someone or something had emerged out of nowhere and begun walking on all fours or crawling alongside them. Soon after, the passengers' footprints became erratic. They must have started running in different directions. I followed a couple, but eventually, each pair of human footprints ended abruptly, as if they'd been plucked right out of existence. It was so quiet, I wondered, had none of the other passengers made it out? I suddenly heard movement directly above me, a scratching sound like something was being dragged along the ceiling. Or crawling. I didn't even look up, just sprinted back the way I had come. After getting what I deemed a safe distance away, I allowed myself a glance back. Something lithe-looking and shadowy was moving along the ceiling above where I had been. It eventually disappeared back into a hole left by a fallen ceiling tile. I was back near the stained glass windows and gold art, where I had first deplaned. The dusk had faded away unnaturally quickly, and in the burgeoning darkness, I noticed something odd about the night sky. It wasn't like sky I could see from home. It was too clear. There was no light pollution, and I could see more stars than I'd ever seen before. It was as if there wasn't a single light in existence. I steeled myself, fueled by my growing sense of unease, and reluctantly decided I'd try heading through the tunnel. As I approached and my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I noticed something strange up ahead of me. It was unlike anything I had seen before, but seemed to be some sort of living creature, and it was cradling one of the passengers on my flight. It was smooth and seamless looking, but the more I stared, the less the details seemed to make sense. Limbs and features didn't line up with the body. They swirled and shifted and had only a vague suggestion of form, but the pieces never fully connected. The only thing I could clearly see was the same symbol I had on my hand, looked to be carved into what I presumed to be the torso of this thing. Looking at the creature gave me a stabbing headache. Even now, I can't fully describe what I saw, just bits and pieces, long thin appendages that seemed to flow in and out of existence. A featureless face with indentations where features should be. Its head made me think of someone fighting to inhale through a black plastic bag. It was bent in such an unnatural way that I imagined it at its full height was more than the airport could contain. The passenger thrashed in its grip and let out a haunting sound, like the last breath was being pulled from his lungs. As he slowly shriveled into nothingness before my eyes, the creature in response gave a deep sigh that seemed to indicate contentment, and I once more smelled that acrid burning smell. The man crumbled like the dust that coated the floor, and soon what was left of him commingled with it. They had become one and were indistinguishable. I thought about the thick ashy dust I was ankle deep in, and how I could feel it in my sandals, between my toes. As things began to click into place, I felt sick and longed for nothing more than to be safe at home and throw my sandals as far away from me as possible. I gasped unintentionally, understanding 2 seconds too late that if it hadn't already seen me, I had just revealed my location. It began to move closer, and I realized then, in a moment of panicked clarity, that I knew of a door to outside. Granted, it'd probably be a 10-foot drop to the ground, but that seemed a hell of a lot more appealing than sharing the man's fate that I had just witnessed. I ran, shuffling through the ash back towards the jetway and closed the door behind me. It was almost more habit than anything, as I highly doubted the door would be able to hold something like that back. When I got to the end, despite the clear, deep night I had seen from the terminal, I could see a grassy field lit by the setting sun through the opening. There was no runway or any other visual cue that I was at an airport. There were just scrubby trees and yellowed grass burned by the summer heat for as far as my eyes could see. It looked like home. I tried to reach it, but couldn't. It was like hitting an invisible wall. I thought for a moment and then tried my other hand. I realized that everything except my marked hand would pass through. I rubbed at it, but it was drawn in thick black lines using permanent marker. Of course, I scrubbed for what felt like an eternity, and I tried not to picture that monster emerging from the door to the terminal, shifting, liquid-like. its massive body blocking all escape as it closed in. I rubbed more frantically. By the time I heard the jet bridge protest against the creature's weight, I was half resigned to the fact that I'd never leave, thinking how terrible it would be to die now at the doorway. I was so close. I could see the pinks and orange of the sunset on the plains in the world just beyond my grasp. My world. I wildly thought for a moment about how animals caught in a trap would bite through flesh, bone, tendons, to escape, and I felt a sort of morbid kinship with them. I considered that for a moment and realized I was being ridiculous. I didn't need to bite off my hand, just a part of it. As it closed the distance between us, I had started to make progress, and its proximity encouraged me to move faster and fight through the pain. To my immense surprise, once it had nearly reached me, it stopped. It didn't pursue me further or move to grab me. It just watched me. A sort of intelligence emanated from it. It seemed to be studying me, waiting. Finally, the symbol was gone. I sped off to the side and I reached my stinging, dripping hand through. To my immense relief, it worked. I jumped out with the goal of rolling into soft landing, but instead painfully hit the ground. There was no jet bridge or airport where I was now. I was flat on my back in a field staring at the open sky. The last thing I saw of the creature were several black fluid-like limbs, floating against the colourful sky of my world, as it must have been tentatively reaching out the door I had jumped through. It never fully emerged. Likely bound in place the same way I had been only moments earlier. I was able to get home. I was actually only several miles from the road. It turns out there had been an airport in that exact spot that was demolished decades ago, replaced by the larger airport I typically fly into. But even knowing that, nothing I experienced really makes any more sense to me. The only comfort I eventually found was that it didn't follow me. It probably can't get out, right?
We're going to have a look at one of the most fascinating and compelling cases of ghost sightings in modern history. The ghosts of Flight 401. This is not your classic ghost story. There are no castles, no old-time ghosts in period clothes, and no possessions. But like so many ghost stories, this one begins with a tragedy. On December 29, 1972, Eastern Airlines Flight 401 crashed into the Florida Everglades at around 11:40 p.m. The aircraft itself was the celebrated and much loved Lockheed L-1011, which Eastern Airlines had nicknamed the Whisper Liner, due to it having engines quieter than other jetliners. Passengers and crew all loved these planes. They were state-of-the-art in 1972 and roomy and very comfortable for passengers. Flight 401 boarded at JFK Airport in New York, and while the flight crew had arrived to begin the pre-flight checks, the cabin crew had been delayed in their arrival on an incoming flight. A standby cabin crew was assigned to prepare the cabin for the flight, and this crew included a flight attendant who, 2 weeks prior, while working a flight from JFK to Orlando, had a vision of an L-1011 crashing into the Everglades. In her vision, she saw the plane approach Miami International. It was late at night. She saw the left wing crumple and the plane smash into the ground. She heard the cries of the injured. Overwhelmed by her vision, she had to stop working and sit down. 2 of her friends and colleagues asked her what was wrong, and she told them what she'd seen. She also told them she'd had visions like this before and that they'd been accurate. 4 former classmates had been killed in a rail crossing accident, which she had also foreseen. They asked her when this particular accident was going to happen, and she told them around the holidays, closer to New Year, I think. Fearfully, they asked, "Is this going to be us?" But she said, "No, but it will be close." The originally scheduled cabin crew arrived in time to board Flight 401, and the standby crew left the airplane. At that time, no one thought about the flight attendant's premonition from 2 weeks earlier, but they certainly did later, and the friends she'd told verified her story. 401's flight into Florida was routine and smooth. The flight crew, Captain Bob Loft, First Officer Albert Stockstill, and Second Officer Don Rapeau, were joined in the cockpit by Eastern Airlines Technical Officer Angelo Donadio, who was returning to Miami from an assignment in New York and was off duty. Nothing was out of the ordinary until at about 11:30 p.m, when the plane began its approach into Miami International. After lowering the landing gear, Officer Stockstill noticed the landing gear indicator light, a green light which would indicate the landing gear was locked and in position, hadn't illuminated. Attempts to cycle the landing gear still failed to get a confirmation light. Captain Bob Loft told the tower that they had an issue with the indicator light and would discontinue their approach, circling around and entering a holding pattern while they rectified the issue. The tower instructed them to hold at 2,000 feet. The crew all thought this was probably a problem with the light itself, and while First Officer Stockstill attempted to remove the light assembly, Second Officer Don Rapeau went into the avionics bay beneath the flight deck, which the crew called the hellhole due to the cramped space, to check manually if the landing gear was in position. After reaching their assigned altitude, Captain Loft placed the aircraft on autopilot while the crew tried to resolve the issue of the landing gear. Unknown to the pilots, as they hadn't been informed of this in their training on the aircraft, a slight bump to the controls would take the plane out of autopilot, and it is surmised that this is what happened. The plane began a gradual descent, which none of the flight crew noticed over the impenetrable blackness of the Everglades below. An altitude warning sounded in the cabin. However, this sounded in the speaker next to Don Rapeau's station, and he was below deck when it sounded. The altitude warning was a half-second C chord chime, and it was barely perceptible to the crash investigation staff, who later reviewed the flight deck voice recordings, and they were listening for it. None of the flight crew heard this chime. Don Rapeau came back on deck and reported that he couldn't see if the landing gear was in position because there was no light in the hellhole. The light switch for this avionics bay was actually located above the captain's console rather than at the entrance of the bay. Had the light switch been located at the bay entrance, Don Rapeau would have been able to see that the landing gear was indeed in the correct position. Officer Donadio elected to assist Don Rapeau back down in the hellhole to check the gear. The plane was still losing altitude, but at such a slow rate that no one, not even the flight attendants or the passengers, noticed. The air traffic controller did notice the altitude reading was low on his radar, but false readings sometimes occurred, so he waited for another 3 sweeps of the radar to confirm before he'd alert the pilots. Captain Loft and Officer Stockstill were convinced the issue with the landing gear was simply the bulb, and they announced to the tower that they were starting to turn onto 180 for their approach. Officer Stockstill noticed the altitude moments prior to the crash, and from the evidence, it seems the pilots made an effort to correct it. But it was too late. With the aircraft in mid-turn, the left wingtip hit the ground and the aircraft smashed into the swampland, breaking up as it went. The first person to reach the crash site was a local airboat pilot, Bud Marquise, who was hunting frogs in the area and witnessed the crash. The plane, lying in muddy water, wasn't on fire, and only the cries of the survivors guided him to the crash site in the dark. His helmet, equipped with a light for spotting frogs in the swampy waters, is what enabled the first rescue helicopter to locate the wreck in the dark. Bud Marquise spent the rest of the night locating and shuttling survivors out of the crash zone on his airboat. He later received humanitarian and hero awards for his efforts that night. Incredibly, there were 75 survivors of the crash, including 8 of the 10 flight attendants. The survivors had injuries which ranged from minor right through to serious. First Officer Stockstill was killed on impact. Captain Bob Loft was alive in the cockpit when the first Coast Guard rescue helicopter arrived, but he died before he could be removed from the wreckage. Second Officer Don Rapeau and Officer Donadio were still in the hellhole when the plane crashed. Don Rapeau was airlifted to hospital, but died the following day from his injuries. Officer Donadio, incredibly, survived the crash and made a full recovery. The subsequent inquiry found that the cause of the crash had been human error, due to their being distracted by the issue of the landing gear light. However, it was also found that several improvements could be made to the safety of the aircraft, any and all of which would have resulted in a safe landing that night. The light to the avionics bay was relocated to be positioned near the landing gear observation port. The altitude warning was upgraded to include a flashing light and a louder tone. And the tower control protocols for warning pilots of altitude errors were reviewed and upgraded. And while those involved in the crash and their families would continue to struggle with the impact on their lives, the events in the following 2 years ensured the crash remained in the forefront of the minds of the staff of Eastern Airlines. Several reports from mechanics and stores workers claimed that Eastern Airlines had salvaged workable, non-structural parts from the ill-fated Flight 401 and reused them in other L-1011s. Parts such as radios and avionics equipment, as well as the elevator to the galley area and food warming ovens. In particular, these parts were said to have been installed on aircraft number 318. About 3 months after Flight 401 crashed, 2 flight attendants separately felt a cold presence in the galley area in the belly of 318. Both ladies had considerable amounts of in-flight experience and were also very happy to be working on the L-1011s. However, on this one flight, both reported feeling as though they were not alone in the food preparation area and fled up to the cabin. On a flight the following week, one of these same flight attendants saw, again in the galley area, a white misty ball about the size of an orange form alongside a bulkhead. As she watched, this mist grew in size to roughly the size of a basketball and began to take on facial features, including a pair of glasses. And while she instinctively felt the source of her experiences held no malice, she still fled the galley area in fear. Other flight attendants had similar experiences, and some flatly refused to work in the galley confines. They reported it had a creepy feeling, and others identified inexplicable temperature drops in an area where, if any change should be noticeable, it should be a rise in temperature from the ovens heating food. Later, something more shocking occurred. Aircraft number 318 was boarding for a flight to Newark, and in the first class section, the flight attendant was making a routine head count. She realised the count was out by one passenger. Going back over the seats, she found the reason for the discrepancy. There was an Eastern captain in uniform in one of the seats. It wasn't unusual for Eastern flight staff to utilise unfilled seats for a journey home from an assignment, and mostly they would use the jump seat in the cockpit after being seated in first class for takeoff. It was referred to as deadheading. However, she hadn't been informed that there was a captain deadheading on this flight. She needed to confirm this, so she approached the captain with her list in hand. "Excuse me, Captain," she said, "but are you jump seat riding on this trip? I don't have you on my list." The captain didn't respond. He simply stared straight ahead. "I beg your pardon, Captain," she repeated. "I need to check you off as either a jump seat or a first class rider. Can you help me?" Again, the captain gave no response, but simply continued to stare straight ahead. Puzzled, she called the flight supervisor over, who couldn't gain the attention of the man either. They reported that he seemed perfectly normal in all aspects, except that it seemed he was in a daze. It was concerning for both of them, so they went to call the flight captain to see if he could speak with the man and get a response from him. There were half a dozen passengers in the vicinity of the deadhead captain, and the flight captain was perplexed as there wasn't a record of a jump seat occupant for that flight. The flight attendant and the supervisor accompanied him back to the seated captain, but as he leaned in to speak with the man, the flight captain froze. "Oh my God," he said, "it's Bob Loft." Then, in the silence of the cabin, something happened that no one could explain. The captain in the first class seat simply vanished. He was there one moment and gone the next. The flight captain returned to operations in the airport and the plane was searched. There was a long delay. The missing captain couldn't be found anywhere. Finally, with a passenger count checked and correct, plane 318 taxied down the runway for takeoff. This story spread like wildfire across Eastern Airlines and other carriers. In another report, the vice president of Eastern Airlines pre-boarded a plane prior to the regular passengers. He entered the first class section, which was empty except for a captain in an Eastern uniform. He stopped by the captain and said hello, before he realised that this was Bob Loft, the deceased captain of Flight 401. After he realised this was Loft, the captain suddenly vanished. Again, a complete search was made of the plane and no sign could be found. No deadhead pilot was listed to travel on that flight. Captain Loft was seen again by a flight captain and 2 flight attendants who spoke with him, and then he disappeared. That particular flight was cancelled. On a flight from New York to Miami, a flight attendant opened the compartment door to the overhead lockers during a pre-flight check in the first class cabin, only to find the face of Captain Loft staring out at her from the compartment. The flight attendant had known Captain Loft and flown with him several times before the crash of Flight 401. One particularly interesting story involves a passenger in the first class section of a New York to Miami flight. The plane was still at the ramp and the head count had not yet been taken. The passenger was seated next to an Eastern flight officer in uniform. Something about the officer seemed wrong to the woman. He appeared pale and unwell, and when she spoke to him, he didn't respond. She asked him if he was okay and should she call the flight attendant to help him, but still there was no response from the man. Disturbed, the woman called the flight attendant, who agreed that the flight officer did seem unwell. During this exchange, several other passengers noticed what was going on, and then, in front of the flight attendant and the passengers, this flight officer, who the attendant identified as an engineer, simply disappeared. Everyone was disconcerted. However, the woman seated next to him became nearly hysterical. Upon arrival in Miami, she insisted she be shown photos of Eastern flight engineers so she could identify the man. Both she and the flight attendant identified Don Rappo as the man in the seat next to hers. One Eastern captain told the story of being warned by a flight engineer in the jump seat of an electrical failure. The captain ordered a recheck and a faulty circuit was identified and repaired. Later, that jump seat engineer was identified as Don Rappo. On a flight to Mexico City on plane 318, a flight attendant who had known Don Rappo personally and also heard the stories of his appearances on the flights saw the reflection of the flight engineer in the oven door in the galley. She immediately exited the galley via the elevator to the passenger cabin, where she grabbed the first flight attendant she could to accompany her back down into the galley. The second attendant also saw the image of Don Rappo in the oven door, and they called the flight deck and asked the engineer to come down to the galley. He too saw Don Rappo's face, clearly formed, and he too recognised him. In addition to this, however, Don Rappo spoke to the engineer, saying, "Watch out for fire on this airplane," and then disappeared completely. The plane landed in Mexico City without incident, but when the engines were turned over for the continuation of the flight to Acapulco, the number 3 engine wouldn't start. A ferry crew were dispatched to return the plane to Miami for repairs. The L-1011 could easily take off and land on only 2 engines, but the repair to the 3rd engine had to be done to return the plane to passenger service. As the plane took off for the ferry trip to Miami for repair, the number 1 engine stalled and backfired several times. The captain quickly discharged the carbon dioxide fire agent to prevent the engine from bursting into flames. The captain had to climb to an altitude high enough to enable to turn back to the runway and land on only 1 engine. This particular story was published in the Flight Safety Foundation newsletter. On yet another flight from New York to Miami, on the approach to Miami International, a male voice came over the PA system and gave the customary address to fasten seatbelts and extinguish cigarettes in preparation to land. No one in the plane's crew had made that announcement, and the PA system wasn't in use at the time. A flight attendant in the galley on a flight to Miami saw the face of Second Officer Don Rappeau reflected in the galley oven door. Caterers were loading food trays onto plane 318 and made a sudden exit, refusing to re-enter the plane. They reported seeing a flight engineer in the galley who disappeared before their eyes. On plane 318, during a flight from Atlanta to Miami, the second officer sitting at the engineer's panel heard a loud knocking coming from the compartment below the cockpit, down in the hellhole. He went to the trapdoor in the floor and with a flashlight scanned the whole area, but found nothing unusual. The compartment was empty. As he rose and turned back to the engineer's panel, he clearly saw the face of Don Rappeau, whom he had known well. On another flight, the engineer came to the flight deck prior to doing a walk-around pre-flight check. He saw a man in an Eastern Second Officer's uniform sitting in his seat at the panel. He recognised him as Don Rappeau. The apparition of Rappeau said, "You don't need to worry about the pre-flight, I've already done it." And almost immediately, the three-dimensional, solid figure of Don Rappeau vanished. A flight attendant in the lower galley reported an overloaded circuit in one of the ovens. A man in an engineer's uniform appeared within moments and fixed the oven. Shortly after, another flight engineer arrived, asking what was wrong with the oven. She told him it had already been fixed by another engineer. He insisted he was the only engineer on this flight. Later, she looked up Don Rappeau's picture and stated that this was the man who had fixed the oven. Another captain reported an encounter with Don Rappeau, who told him there will never be another crash of an L-1011. We will not let it happen. But pilots, passengers and flight attendants weren't the only Eastern crew to experience the odd phenomena. Mechanics reported strange electrical anomalies of apparatus operating when there was no power to the plane during maintenance. And one mechanic reported being handed a screwdriver by an unseen hand, and he ran from the plane in fright. But most reports suggested that the apparitions of Don Rappeau and Bob Loft were helpful and not in any way harmful, but rather having the safety of the flight as their main reason for being there. Many commentators on the stories of the ghosts of Flight 401 proposed that Rappeau and Loft were so horrified and perhaps guilt-ridden in death for the ill-fated Flight 401 that they couldn't rest without trying to ensure the safety of the aircraft they later visited. What is compelling about these stories is they were witnessed by people with no real reason to make up such a story. Passengers who had never laid eyes on either Loft or Rappeau, and captains and flight officers whose professionalism and credibility were not in question. And the sightings were not of wispy, nebulous or amorphous apparitions. These were solid-looking figures in full uniform who appeared to be real people, in seats right up until the moment they disappeared. Eastern Airlines themselves were dismissive of the reports and went to great lengths to quash the whole thing. It was widely known amongst the staff that talking about what they had seen would land them in hot water with their employer. Those who reported apparitions and experiences in the early days of the occurrences were referred to psychologists to make assessments of their mental health. Later, staff refused to go on record with their stories in fear of losing their jobs. Eastern's official line was that the whole thing was garbage and simply a case of the rumour mill inspired by some overactive minds. Interestingly, the phenomena of the apparitions of Don Rapot and Bob Loft seemed to last only for a period of around 18 months. And it is around this time that stores people and mechanics reported that perfectly well functioning components of the planes were being swapped out and replaced on the 318 and other planes. Of course, there is no official record of these being the recycled pieces of Flight 401. However, many credible sources believed this to be the case. In 1976, investigative journalist John G. Fuller wrote The Ghost of Flight 401 after researching all he could about the true reports of this extraordinary case. And in 1978, a movie based on the book by John G. Fuller was released, and it starred Ernest Borgnine. After the release of the book and the movie, Eastern considered suing for libel, based on assertions of a cover-up by the airline and the belief that the ghost sightings were prompted by the components salvaged from the wreckage. Ultimately, Eastern chose not to pursue the matter legally, believing it would simply give more publicity to the book. An original floorboard from Flight 401 remains in the archives at History Miami in South Florida, and Ed and Lorraine Warren's Occult History Museum also holds pieces of the wreckage. In a 1980 book from Robert J. Sterling, From the Captain to the Colonel, An Informal History of Eastern Airlines, the claim that components of Flight 401 were reused on other active aircraft is refuted. And he says no Eastern employee ever claimed to have seen or even believed in the ghost sightings. And skeptic Brian Dunning claims that the origin for the ghost stories was a joke made by a captain after an emergency landing, where he says the captain quipped, "Don Rapot's ghost was on the plane." Bob Loft's widow and children did sue John G. Fuller for infringement of Loft's right of publicity, invasion of privacy, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. However, that lawsuit was dismissed, and later the dismissal was upheld in a court of appeal. And this very unclassical ghost story, set in the modern era, continues to captivate the imaginations of people everywhere. Eastern Airlines ceased operation in 1991, suffering from significant financial difficulties and an increase in competition from no-frills airlines. Memorials to the tragic accident have been conducted, including some of the crash survivors and the Southern Airboat Group.
yourself. Seatbelt sign is still on, so please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened. The internet has been activated. Please make use of your Wi-Fi enabled devices and carefully low. For guests leaving in row 3 through 1, 2 restrooms are located in the back of the cabin for your use. The restroom in the front is reserved for first-class guests. Please parking will be covered by those who will offer drinks, snacks, and those who deliver those already ordered. To see menu selection, browse through the e-menu on the screen in front of you. It is like shopping online. Tag items with your card and check out with your debit or credit card. We'll stay out of your way during the flight, but please don't want to press the call button above if you need anything or will be there. Thanks to our Elevate members, especially those with Elevate Gold and Silver status, for choosing to fly with